Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock on this Saturday, January 31st. Thank you so much for joining us as we track this winter storm that's impacting Hampton Roads in Northeast North Carolina. I'm Dana Smith.
And I'm Madison Schlegel. We'll have extended coverage right here on 13 News Now Plus all afternoon and all night. Dana and I aren't going anywhere for you guys.
We'll be here.
Yeah, we'll have live team coverage too from our crews all over in the field right now. You can see them all here on your screen. We even have some guest reporters joining us from other markets to help us get through this storm too.
Good looking team, that's for sure.
Right. And they'll be stocked all over the 757 and the OBX tonight. But let's start things with Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandagis. And Tim, it's no secret that you guys have been tracking this storm that looks like it's ever changing.
It's continuing to be a very tough forecast. And the main wild card that we've been talking about for days is the dry air. Got dew points across the area in the lower single digits with air temperatures in the mid-20s. When you have a gap between the dew point and the temperature, we call that the dew point depression. When it's large, say in excess of 10, 15 degrees, it gets it harder for the snow that's falling from the clouds to reach to the ground. Even though radar here looks pretty active, a lot of this is falling as virga, actively snowing from the cloud, but it's evaporating before it hits the ground, thanks to that dry air. And we're seeing that kind of hole here around the radar site out at Wakefield. We're not getting any snow near the ground. As you get closer to the radar site, the sampling is a little bit closer to the ground. So that shows you right there that dry air is still being a big issue in most of our Virginia cities and counties. However, different story down to the south where it's been snowing for a lot longer period of time. We've saturated the column from the surface up to the cloud base, allowing that snow to safely make it from the cloud to the ground. And we are seeing several ground verifications of it already being coated down there. It's very, very cold, so once it starts snowing, it'll accumulate quite fast. Notice the trend here. On the last 3 hours of radar imagery here, we're showing those bands setting on up, and notice the darker blues moving over Ahoskie and Edenton, drifting towards that state line. These are the heavier snowfall rates here, and this will likely overcome the dry air as it lifts northwards and saturate things pretty quickly there. So that's an encouraging trend for those of you on Team Snow. In far southeastern Virginia, talking about Chesapeake over to Norfolk, Evan was on his way into work about an hour ago and said he saw some snowflakes out in central southern Chesapeake. So that's a good sign there. If we had a couple more reports in southern Virginia Beach, Creed's showing some snow flurries already. And as you get closer to the ocean front, a few flurries here and there. And that's normal when we have such the dry air. Some of those snowflakes do make it on through and make it to the ground, but nothing quite steady yet to cause any accumulations. Down to the south, though, you get over towards Elizabeth City, Gregory. I was checking some of the traffic cameras here and not seeing a whole lot in these particular areas just yet. You really have to get over in Currituck, over to Knott's Island, starting to see those ground getting a little bit more covered up, and certainly more so down through the Outer Banks. I mean, look at this widespread moderate to heavy snow, and you get to inland Dare County, down south of KDH, down through the Outer Banks, Rodanthe. And also on top of that, you're closer to that center of our storm that's right now starting to deepen, and the winds are really starting to pick up on there. So we're going to get over to Layla Cox in a little bit, who's down there, and it is quite windy and quite snowy already. Bigger picture here is our low pressure system off the Wilmington coast and starting to really deepen. You can see it really organizing and tightening on up there. And over the next few hours, as we continue to check this imagery, it's almost going to take on the appearance as a hurricane. It's not, obviously it's not a tropical system, but it's going to look like a very well-defined storm system as it moves farther and farther east off the coast. We're starting to kind of see some of that here, that comma shape develop here off the coast of North Carolina, off the far southeast coast of North Carolina. Now, taking a look at the dry air, it's not only at the surface we've got the dry air, it's also in the mid-levels. And a good way to kind of depict that is water vapor satellite imagery. And the areas that you're seeing some of the yellow, the rust color, is going to be the dry air in the mid-levels. We had that certainly earlier in most of our area, but notice that's drifting east and offshore. So we're starting to see a little bit more favorable atmospheric profile for the snow to reach it to the ground. Good news. Also, what's encouraging here, Storm Prediction Center, yes, they still do issue discussions in non-severe weather. They talk about snow banding and things like that. They did put out a mesoscale discussion within the last hour, and this highlights the development of some heavier snow bands, moderate to heavy snow, inch-an-hour snowfall rates, developing south of the Albemarle and lifting north into Southside Virginia. So we're going to really start to see the snow pick up in those snowfall rates over the next couple of hours and likely continue till well after sunset. Now, here's the problem that we were talking about, is the dry air, right? So we've got the temperatures that are all certainly cold enough to support snow in the low 20s. The winds out there makes it feel like it's in the single digits. But you see our dew points. 6-degree dew point at Virginia Beach. I will say, over the last hour, these are starting to edge their way up. We're now at 11 at Norfolk and 10 at Suffolk. Once we probably get within under 10 for a dew point depression, the difference between the two, we'll start to see that snow make it to the ground a little more easily. But we're not there yet, especially in our Virginia cities and counties, but we will get there. Again, temperatures on top of radar here, certainly showing it's cold enough. 21 at Carrollton, 22 at Kempsville. In fact, I think we were at 86 or 87 hours straight now that we're sub-freezing at Norfolk. Everywhere else pretty much similar, and we're not going to really get out of that anytime soon. Out into the peninsula's eastern shore, it's 19 in Toano, 21 Hudgens, 20 at Melfa, 24 over to Eastville. And then North Carolina, widespread snow. Again, a lot of this is falling from the clouds and not reaching the ground closer to the border, but farther to the south where you see those higher enhanced snowfall rates. Hertford area, Grandy, saw Poplar Branch, a camera there that was showing some snow on the ground, Kitty Hawk, Duck. Temperatures there a little milder. Even Kitty Hawk is up to 33 now. So maybe a little bit of wet snow falling there. The snow characteristics definitely changing from north to south. Off to the north where it's so cold, we have the light, fluffy, powdery snow, maybe a little bit more dense as you get farther to the south. And peninsula, nothing going on there. Maybe a stray flurry here and there, but just nothing widespread. And these are the areas that likely won't get a whole lot of snow this go around, which is pretty much opposite from what usually happens. Now, winter storm warnings are up for the southern tip of the peninsula, southern eastern shore, south side, northeastern North Carolina. They did shave this back, the National Weather Service, and replace the winter storm warning in Surrey, James City over to York, Gloucester and Matthews and Accomack with a winter weather advisory for lower snowfall expectations in those areas. How much snow are we expecting here locally? Well, we've got, we'll talk about wind chills first. Wind chills tonight are going to get dangerously cold, okay? We've got extreme cold warning that's up for all of Hampton roads to see wind chills between 0 and 5 below. Here's a look at how wind chills are shaping on up. Even at this time, we've got those dew points, those wind chills down in the single digits and lower teens. And once the sun goes down tonight, I mean, those wind chills really start to go down. We'll hover around 0 after midnight. And by early tomorrow morning, looking at below 0 wind chill values, 4 below out at Melfa, 1 below over to Chesapeake, and really straight through Sunday morning. It's still going to be very, very cold. So those impacts here locally, moderate snowfall, south side, northeastern North Carolina, gusty winds, moderate to major tidal flooding, and the power outage risk is there as well. Here's a look at those wind alerts. A high wind warning close to the coast, wind advisory back inland with gusts 50 to 60 at the coast. Currently, those winds along the eastern shore, it's breezy, certainly, and that's making it feel a whole lot colder. Newport News, a recent gust of 24. Naval Station Norfolk, 32, 26 miles per hour over to Virginia Beach, and getting higher as you get closer to that storm center down through the Outer Banks, seeing some gusts 30, 35, even close to 40 miles per hour out at Duck. Now, temperatures across the area, it's 21 at Gloucester, 22 in Chesapeake, 20 over to Ahoskie, 19 at Williamsburg, 22 at Suffolk, and then look at the wind chills. Feels like 7 right now out at Norfolk, same out at Melfa, Newport News, 9 out to Chesapeake, 11 in Moyock, feels like 8 at Hampton, Suffolk, and 10 over to Gatesville. Quickly, I'll walk you through Futurecast here. This model's still having a tough time initializing the current atmospheric state. Right? We've got the radar that has snow much farther to the north here. Models have been struggling with this system. It's trying to decipher the extent and how deep the dry air is. And I think it's really, really struggling here. But nonetheless, we'll show it to you as we go through the evening hours. I think this is probably should be adjusted farther to the north. Here we are at 5 p.m. Look at the snowfall rates to the south with the banding lifting up to the north into southeastern North Carolina. And then to the south and east by after midnight, we'll start to see things really wrap up. I think it's going to be a sharp cutoff after midnight tonight. And by tomorrow morning, we're looking at all the snow being gone and just left with a breezy, very, very cold day. That's the latest on the weather side. We'll check out those updated snowfall forecast maps when I see you again in a few minutes, ladies.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get back to you soon. Thanks so much, Tim. But we do want to get a look outside. So we have Layla Cox. We don't want to keep her out there too long because we see that wind is really whipping her around that Tim spoke about. She's in Kill Devil Hills. Layla, what are things like out there?
Hey, good afternoon, Dana and Madison. Right now, like you said, we're in Kill Devil Hills out on the coast of Outer Banks. We've been tracking the conditions all day, and I think I said it about an hour ago when I was speaking with meteorologist Hunter Forrest, but I'm going to say it right now. These are probably the strongest wind gusts we've seen since we've been out here since around 6 a.m. If I can point you over there to the coast, you'll see the waves have really been crashing in all day, just progressing and progressing and progressing. And even if you look towards the back, it looks like an abyss of nothing you would be walking into. That's just how cloudy and white the sky is. Of course, with these dangerous conditions, Dare County Emergency Management has issued a state of emergency along with Governor Josh Stein for all North Carolinians. Dare County Emergency Management Services is urging all residents across the county in this area to prepare now before it gets too bad. Now, yesterday you were told to prepare, so if you didn't, you have maybe a few more hours. I wouldn't even want to be out here if I didn't have to, obviously, but if you have some time to just do those last-minute preparations, that's what you should do. But as we've been out here since 6 a.m., the wind has definitely been progressing and the frigid temperatures have definitely lowered. On the other side of this hump, you guys can't see, that's where the roads are, but the snow has been accumulating on the roadways. We've seen a few people driving back and forth. The roads aren't too slick because Governor Josh Stein said as of 10 a.m. earlier today, about 5,500 tons of salt and brine have been placed along the roads. NCDOT has been on it, but no one's been out here at the beach, of course, because it's just too windy. I could possibly blow away, but I promise I'm going to stay with you guys throughout the rest of the day. It's just really, really cold, and these frigid temperatures are going to linger into tonight, definitely into Sunday morning, and perhaps into your work week. So if you don't have to be outside, please don't come out onto the roads. But if you are inside and making sure you're staying as warm as possible, please just be aware of the proper precautions for your heating safety units, as they could cause a possible fire as well. And of course, we have local localities are saying all agencies are on standby for any influx and calls that they might see. But just as always, just be here with us at 13 News Now as we continue to track these conditions. Derek Lyda will be here in about an hour or so tracking the late night conditions. But I can tell you right now is probably the peak chill I've felt since I've been out here, and definitely these strong wind gusts. I'm just going to take you back over just to the ocean one more time just to show you guys the coast and what it looks like. To see it now, you've seen it earlier this morning and what it looks like now, and I can't wait to see what it looks like tonight and definitely into tomorrow, guys.
Layla, you're being such a trooper out there.
Right.
We've been watching her live shots all day, even though she's just joining us here at 2. But truly, that snow's hitting her horizontally.
Sideways.
Right, hitting her sideways. I mean, Layla, we want you to go. Yes, be careful there. Don't get caught.
Right, do
now.
not get blown over, Layla.
Yeah, she's going to end up on the dunes. And then, good thing Derek's coming down there. Dig her out. But no, Layla, seriously, though, these conditions are harsh. And that's why we're not even seeing anybody out there on the dunes right now. I mean, even when Aaron blew through, when we saw some other storms, you see people who end up going out to the water just to see what conditions look like. But truly, that bitter chill is what's happening out there right now, and that's what's keeping people away.
Right, which is good because these wind chills can be very dangerous. You heard Tim earlier talk about how we've had 80+ hours, right, of these below freezing temperatures. It's not a good idea to be out there for a prolonged period of time. If you don't have to go out there, don't go outside. That's really the message here.
Right, and local agencies are also canceling services as well to make sure that people are being safe. Hampton Roads Transit services are being suspended early today. Now, the last Tide trains have already left, and the last Elizabeth River ferry trip is leaving Waterside at 2:45. Paratransit, on-demand ride sharing, and base express service at Naval Station Norfolk all end at 3 o'clock. All services are suspended tomorrow, too, and limited snow routes are going to be planned for Monday. So HRT will announce any updates on those snow routes tomorrow.
All right, so we do have an interview now. Right now, crews with the Virginia Department of Transportation, they're out in full force.
Right, so joining us right now on how VDOT is responding to that winter storm is Tim Kelly. Tim, thank you so much here for joining us this afternoon.
Appreciate y'all having us. Thank you.
Of course, and we've been seeing mumblings from you guys all week about how you guys are preparing. We've gotten some viewer video sent with VDOT trucks lining the interstates too. Do you mind giving us a snapshot about what crews you have armed for tonight?
Sure. Yeah, we have about 250 of our trucks that are primed and ready to go. We called in about 200 trucks from other areas of the state. So we have the equipment. As far as personnel, we have about over 1,000 people, whether it's going to be people that are out there plowing and treating the roadways and monitoring those folks out there working, or, the people handling logistics. So we've got a huge team that's ready to go and prepared to handle the challenges that are ahead.
Tim, when do crews start pre-treating roads, and how effective is that pre-treatment, especially in storms like this? I know before, if there's rain, that can wash it away. We're not expecting rain here with these freezing cold temperatures. So when did that pre-treating start, and how effective do you expect it to be?
Well, crews were out there on Thursday and Friday, finished up on Friday as far as with the pre-treatment of our interstates and our county-maintained primary and secondary roadways. So that solution, the brine solution that we're talking about, salt and water, will help prevent bonding between the snow and any potential icing that may happen between that and the roadway, so that we can get out there and do the plowing and get the stuff off the roads and kind of help conditions there.
Well, of course, and we've seen your crews last week that were pre-treating those roads that left that brine that still kind of remains right now. But you guys kind of talked about the success of how last week people were staying off the roads, which let your crews kind of be able to work a little bit more freely than they typically are. Are you guys hoping for that same success in the message for this weekend?
Yeah, that's definitely one of our big messages as far as to stay off the roadways. It's not only for the safety of motorists that may be out there, but also for our crews that are trying to work. And, when they start doing the plowing and any treatment of roadways that they find icy spots on, we want to have as clear as possible with regard to other traffic out there. It just keeps everybody safe. And really, we like to tell motorists the safest place to be in a storm like this is at home.
There were some roads in the more rural parts of Virginia that had that storm last weekend, and there's still some effects left over. It was the mayor of D.C. who mentioned snowcrete. She said it's snow and it's like concrete. And she said the plows in D.C., some of them were even breaking as they tried to go through the streets because of the ice left over from the last storm and then more ice on top of it. Are you expecting anything like that with this system, especially in those areas that still have that ice and snow buildup?
Well, I think, certainly with this snow, and every storm is different. We all know that. But as far as with this particular one, it's a fluffier snow. So, again, one of the big concerns we're looking at with regard to the snow is any potential blowing that may happen with the winds and the high winds that'll be kind of kicking in, I think, primarily midnight tonight till about noon tomorrow. So that's one thing additional just to normal snow that we're going to be contending with out there. And we do have tree crews that are also prepped and ready to go in the event there's any trees or limbs down to kind of get the roadways clear in that respect as well. So we're working a full frontal attack here on this particular storm.
Excellent. All right, Tim, thank you so much. We so appreciate you taking some time to join us.
Yep, and we'll be right
Thanks
back just after this break. All right, welcome back here to 13 News Now Plus and streaming. Obviously, we're covering the big winter storm that we're just starting to see hit parts of our viewing area, but we know is going to be hit hard tonight. Yeah, so we're tracking this storm across Hampton Roads, a lot in northeast North Carolina, and we have Emily Harrison at the Virginia Beach oceanfront. We just saw a look at the Outer Banks, so let's compare the two. So, Emily, what are you seeing out there? How strong are the winds out there by the water?
Oh, these winds are so strong right now. I don't know if you can see my ponytail that's going pretty much, it feels like a mile a minute, but you can see over there just with the waves how strong everything is. The wind and the frigid cold, that's going to be the big story out here in Virginia Beach for the time being. I'm not seeing too much snow or ice or anything like that for the time being, but we do know that it is coming. And take a look at this boardwalk, because I don't think I've ever seen it as empty as it is right now. You don't have to be out here in this wind. I really wouldn't recommend it, because for now it is just absolutely freezing. A few minutes ago, we even saw Virginia Beach police patrolling up and down the boardwalk. It's not clear yet if they were looking for anybody to make sure that nobody's going in this water, but I could not recommend it any less of going in this. I can't even imagine the temperature out there. But for the time being, it's almost like I see little bits of flurries, but it's not there yet. I spoke to Virginia Beach city leaders yesterday about preparations that they were making ahead of this winter storm, and they tell me that they're going to face this like every other storm that they have faced, which is with preparation and with confidence. Mayor Bobby Dyer is saying that crews are going to be working 12-hour shifts for the next 48 hours to make sure that the roads are okay and to make sure that emergency services can get to where they need to go. So we'll keep an eye on this storm, but for now, I think the big story out here in Virginia Beach is just how cold it is. Even with all these layers, I'm pretty freezing.
Yeah, Emily, we want you to warm up, so please go get in the car and crank the heat. That is the emptiest I've seen the Virginia Beach boardwalk.
Say, what a stark image.
There were, what, 2 people with dogs?
With a dog.
Walking behind you, and that was it.
I'm sure that was more for the dogs than for the humans.
2 people with dogs.
Right. Okay, Emily, thank you so much. Go warm up. I do see the wind is really blowing your ponytail around. So we're tracking this winter storm impacting our area. We're acknowledging the potential impacts and the outcomes. So right now we're walking through what we know right now, what we'll be watching over the next couple of hours. We do have Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandages tracking this for us, and he spoke about that dry air, Madison, that dry air that's in place. And the word was virga, Tim?
Virga, yeah, and we saw this last weekend as well. The air at the surface is very dry, but it's actively snowing from the cloud base. It's what we call virga when it shows up on radar here, evaporating before it hits the ground. And that's pretty much what's happening in most areas in Virginia right now, and even some areas in interior northeastern North Carolina. Really starting to see it snow reach the ground and accumulate as you get closer to the water. In Currituck, down in Adair County, seeing it accumulating quite fast. I was checking some of the traffic cameras down on NCDOT earlier, just within the last 30 minutes, really, and it was showing snow in numerous locations there. And you could see that on radar, how the snowfall rates are really picking up farther to the south. And as I put this in motion over the last 3 hours, you can see those heavier snow bands are lifting to the north. So I think that these are going to overwhelm the dry air that's in place in, say, southern Virginia, south side, and we're going to start to see the snow really pick up in intensity in quite a fast period of time over the next hour or so as those heavier bands really fill on in, those snowfall rates pick up in intensity. Here's a close-up look of south side. Again, all of this is falling from the clouds, it's actively snowing, but we're not seeing much reach the ground. Had a few reports of a few light snowflakes in portions of Chesapeake, had a couple Norfolk locations report, and numerous in central and southern Virginia Beach as you get down to Creeds and Pungo and Back Bay area, starting to see a little more flurry activity, but that's really about it. Nothing accumulating yet in Virginia. A little bit different story as you get into North Carolina. Not seeing much in around Elizabeth City, even though radar is showing some slightly higher snowfall rates there, but still combating the dry air that's likely just hunkered in at the surface. They were probably snowing only a couple hundred feet up off the ground before it evaporates. Out near Gregory, as you get down to Poplar Branch, saw several cameras out there that it is actively snowing in those areas. Portions of Currituck up towards Knott's Island and coastal communities there, seeing some snow reaching the ground. You saw Layla Cox out along the Outer Banks showing the snow reaching the ground there, and the wind and the cold. And very heavy snow band here south of Kill Devil Hills, north of Rodanthe, again lifting north over Wanchese right now and lifting towards the north there, and that's delivering some snowfall rates likely of an inch per hour at least. Now our snowstorm, or nor'easter, is starting to take shape. It's hit the coast over the last 12 hours and is in the process of rapidly intensifying and deepening. As that happens, we're going to increase our pressure gradient and really start to see the winds come up. You saw Emily, you saw Layla. Emphasizing the winds are already quite strong there, and they're going to get a little bit stronger. We're still forecasting gusts 50, 55, 60 miles an hour. And as you look at things here on visible satellite, you can really kind of see the presentation here of the cloud heights growing with some very deep, even potentially some lightning and thunder off the coast here with the rapid deepening taking place. In regard to the dry air that's in the mid-levels, we're looking at water vapor here, and that is shown in the rust color. And that's really over interior North Carolina and South Carolina on the backside being driven in as the storm starts to pull away to the north and east. But some more moist air, I guess you could say, in the mid-levels, starting to work on in central Virginia. But again, we're still dealing with the dry air still closer to the ground. So I'm going to show you a different futurecast model here. I showed you the graph, which is our in-house futurecast model that's really still having a very tough time handling the initialization of what's going on currently in the atmosphere. So if it can initialize well, it's not going to forecast too well. But there's another model here called the HRRR, High Resolution Rapid Refresh. And this is a better handle. It looks a little more like what we're seeing on radar. A little bit overdone, but showing predominantly snow not reaching the ground to the north, and some heavier bands to the south. Let's just play this out as we go through the rest of the day today, showing the snow continuing, probably enhancing those snowfall rates too as our storm deepens, especially down to the south. Look at these bands over Nags Head, Currituck, and in Adair County as well. And then by the time we get to 3, 4 a.m., according to the HRRR here, we'll start to see the back edge, the western edge of the snow, begin to start to pull away closer to the coast and then eventually offshore. Still thinking well ahead of sunrise, we'll see the majority of our snow gone. So here's our adjusted snowfall total. Banding overall is going to be a tight gradient to the north and west. Hardly anything making its way up to Richmond. Trace to 1 inch there. Along the peninsula, more of the same. Once you get to the southern peninsula, a couple inches are possible. And then south side, 3, 4, 5, maybe a few spots, especially south and east, getting up to 6. And then the highest totals are going to be found down into northeast North Carolina, still looking at generally 5 to maybe some double-digit snowfall totals by the time all is said and done here by sunrise tomorrow. And again, still the dry air really actively working against some of these totals off to the north and west. Out there right now, we've got a pretty high cloud ceiling out in Virginia Beach. Norfolk right now sitting at 22. With a dew point at 11. That's been coming on up. All the dew points are slowly edging up, but they're still very, very low. And the difference between the temperature and the dew point is what we call the dew point depression. And when that's north of 10 degrees, the difference is more than 10 degrees, it's very hard for the snow to make it to the ground. And you can see we've got a 13-degree depression here at Newport News. We've got a 11 in Suffolk, and Elizabeth City has closed the gap a little bit, still at 11, and we've got a 14-degree dew point depression in Chesapeake. So still very, very dry in our Virginia cities and counties. It's going to take a little while for that snow to reach the ground. So winter storm warning still remains in effect through tomorrow. South side, southern tip of the peninsula, southern tip of the eastern shore. This was shaved back a bit. Took out Surrey, James City, York, Gloucester, Matthews, Accomack County, replaced it with a winter weather advisory because of that dry air and lowering those snowfall projections in those areas. Higher impacts will, of course, still be felt farther to the south and east there over the next 24 hours or so before everything is gone. On top of that, you step outside and it's cold. It's been cold for days. It's going to be cold for a couple more days. Wind chills tonight. We've got an extreme cold warning up. Wind chills of 0 to 5 below. Area wide. Take a look at these numbers. We'll start things off now. We've already got wind chills down in the single digits in some spots. I think this is actually a little bit underdone at the current time. Then we got down to 8 in Newport News by 10 o'clock tonight, feeling like 9 out of Chesapeake. But look at this, going through tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., we've got 0 to below 0. Feels like temperatures out there with a 4 below wind chill at Melfa, 2 at Virginia Beach, 1 below at Chesapeake, 3 below over to Franklin. And it doesn't get a whole lot better after the sun's been up for a couple hours. Still single-digit wind chills by 11 o'clock in the morning. Now we're going to walk through the rest of your forecast here when we see you again in just a couple minutes. And, of course, get another check on radar. But I'll send it back over to you, ladies.
All right, thanks so much, Tim. We appreciate it. And obviously, we'll be checking back in with him and all of our other crews. But we've been checking in on the different localities here. We just heard from Emily Harrison, who was out in Virginia Beach, showed us that empty boardwalk.
Nobody out there.
No one out there. Well, to tell us more on how Virginia Beach is responding, we've got Renee McKinnon, who's joining us here, the Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator with Virginia Beach. And Renee, you know, we just saw a look at the ocean front right now. There's not too many people out there. Obviously, you guys have been warning people to heed your advice and stay inside, but you also just started your crews working on 12-hour shifts. Do you mind telling us how they're kind of preparing for this calm before the heavy storm?
Absolutely. First off, thanks for having us. You know, similar to VDOT, we've been doing the same things. Our public works folks and Parks and Rec are fantastic. They've been out there treating roads, and the neighborhoods are our primary roads for our first responders is really what they focus on. They will continue to do that throughout the storm, preparing the roadways, just like VDOT mentioned. You know, it's been cold. You guys have been talking about this, and we just want to make sure the roadways are as safe as possible.
Right. And I know that because of this weather, a few places are closed around the city. Are you able to tell us what's changing this weekend, just in case there are families who are like, hey, I want to check out the aquarium or the library? That's not happening this weekend.
It is not. The aquarium and our rec centers and libraries have been closed just again for the safety of the public. You know, the initial forecasted show us getting quite some heavy weather here today, and it's better to be on the safe side. Those have closed for today and tomorrow. For any special events that folks wanted to go to, or the convention center, anything else they're in town for, check with those specific vendors and see what they have going on.
I also wanted to mention parking. So there are some areas in lower line areas. Madison was on the same page as me.
I was like, that was going to be my next question.
So there's those lower line areas. We mentioned the possibility of tidal flooding. There are places for people to move their cars.
Absolutely. So they can go to Town Center and park their cars. I know also on our Virginia Beach, our city website, we've listed all the places where folks can park their cars. And thank you for bringing that up. We've been focused a lot on the snow, which is a concern. But the other concern with this storm is that wind and the flooding. We know Virginia Beach floods quite a bit. So for folks that are in those lower lying areas, we recommend they move their vehicles. That flooding can easily turn into ice with these temperatures. So that's really what we've been paying attention to.
Well, the great thing here is that you guys have really been open and transparent about how people can get the information that they need right now. I mean, it really is as easy as sending a text message. Do you just mind telling us about your VB alert system?
Absolutely. And Madison, thank you for bringing that up. VB Alert is one of the things we have in our city that our folks can find out directly from Virginia Beach what the current status is. You mentioned closures, you mentioned roadways, all that we will push out as needed on VB Alert, as well as our Virginia Beach website. We have a great comms team that makes sure that all that information is up to date as soon as anything changes.
You know, what is the message for people? What do you want them to know right now? Even if it's as simple as, you know, charge your phones now just in case. What's the message to residents?
Yeah, you guys nailed it. It's absolutely that. Stay warm. Make sure you have flashlights available. You know, there's always a concern for power outages during these storms. We are in close contact with our partners at Dominion Energy, and they do a great job of really keeping us up to speed on any power outages. But absolutely make sure you have any provisions you need for the weekend, right? Once that weather comes in tonight, it is a little later than we expected. But if they wake up in the morning and, you know, there's snow outside, make sure you have everything you need. Try and stay indoors as much as possible. Even without the snow, you guys have highlighted how low these temperatures are. This is not something we're accustomed to in this area. So stay warm, stay inside, stay off the roads. Again, it's not just for the safety of residents, but it's also the safety of our first responders that need to go out there and help people out.
Yeah, it's absolutely freezing outside, Renee, to put it lightly.
I know. I know. I've been out there.
Cold. Thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you again.
All right. Let's go to Cheryl. Cheryl Nelson is in for a check on traffic. You know, the warning has been for people to stay off the road. So, Cheryl, what can you tell us right now?
Yeah, well, right now, as we take a look at the traffic map, thankfully, there are no accidents to speak of. So that certainly is some good news across the area. However, I did want to put the radar on this so you can see exactly what's going on. Now, as our meteorologists have been saying, a lot of this is not making it down to the ground yet, especially the farther north you go, that is Virga. However, down across parts of Virginia Beach, also down farther to the south, we are starting to see some of that snow. So people are slowing it down, which is what they should be doing outside right now. Here's a look. Now, this is near the Wright Memorial Bridge. If you are heading down 158 towards the Outer Banks, look at that. The visibility is down. The snow is in the air. So certainly North Carolina is seeing more of the impacts right now and throughout much of the afternoon. This is Chesapeake. This is 168 at the state line heading toward North Carolina. There might be a few flurries there. It's kind of hard to see what's happening, but certainly the roads are still doing good at this time. And then I wanted to poke around Virginia Beach. This is Holland Road and Lynn Haven. Still a lot of cars out and about, and you can see them moving just fine right now. So still waiting for that snow to pick up as the atmosphere moisturizes in Virginia Beach. How about the downtown tunnel? This is downtown Norfolk. This is moving nice and smooth. This is the Berkeley Bridge there, so no problems right now in that area too. Visibility, I mentioned, for most of us in Virginia, we're doing good. Emporia is down to 4 miles. Look at that, 3 miles in Elizabeth City, 2-mile visibility in Edenton. And yeah, the snow really blowing there in the Outer Banks. Look at that, Manio, visibility down to 1.5 miles. So certainly that is where the impacts are at this time. Now, if you do have to go out and about today, check your tire pressure before you leave the house, because tire pressure is directly in correlation with the temperature. In fact, for every 10-degree drop of degrees Fahrenheit, your PSI in your tires drops 1 to 2 PSI. So make sure you fill that air in, have extra grip with the road if you have to go out. But of course, as we've been saying, it's better to stay home and look out the window and enjoy that snow that is falling, especially if you're watching from North Carolina. All right, back to you guys.
All right, Cheryl, thanks so much. And Cheryl, really the jack of all trades. Cheryl, you do it all. You are
a little bit of everything in that right there.
You are a travel expert, disaster preparedness. Cheryl,
we mix it all in.
Yeah, we come to you for everything, really. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks.
All right, well, once the snow starts sticking, you should stay home and off the roads, as Cheryl said.
Absolutely, that's right. But if you have to head somewhere, in this winter weather, we've got some other tips to keep you safe. We also have Ryan Adcock with AAA Tidewater, who's joining us right now. And Ryan, you truly do track what prices look like for gas and also what the conditions are going to be looking like on the road. I just want to start with one word that you used to describe gas prices right now during this winter storm, and that's wobbly. Do you just mind telling us why gas prices are kind of a little bit wobblish right now?
Yes, it's just kind of in a time of uncertainty right now in terms of demand and people getting out there and traveling. So we're seeing prices jump up and down quite a bit. But just like you were saying earlier, we are urging people to not use their gas and to just stay home and stay warm and stay safe during this winter weather.
At what point should that happen? Are you telling people go home now? Is it when the snow starts to fall and those roads get slick? At what point should people start thinking about changing their travel plans?
Really when precipitation starts and that visibility starts to degrade. And then beyond that, when you have the precipitation that starts to stick to the road, especially. So wanting folks to just be cognizant of when stuff does start to fall out of the sky, snow rather, unless anything else starts to fall out of the sky, but the snow, when that starts to fall, to head on home and be with their families and stay safe.
Right, and I want to bring it up what Dana said earlier. You were talking about that snowcrete in D.C. and about how sometimes when that snow does fall and then gets compacted on the ground, it makes driving conditions dangerous. You also have a slew of tips and tricks for people to how they should handle and operate their vehicle in those kinds of conditions. For those people who do have to go out for those last-minute groceries and maybe get caught in the thick of it, what are some things that they can do in their car if they maybe hit a patch or a sleet of something that gets them a little wobbly in their car?
Absolutely. So definitely just want to drive with an extra layer of caution all around. But if you do find yourself having to drive across that wintry weather that is sticking there on the road, want to make sure that you are driving slower than the posted speed limit. And then if you do find yourself in a skid, you want to look and steer in the direction that you want to go. And as well, make sure that you are not make sure that you're pumping your brakes and not just absolutely slamming on them and locking up your wheels.
Yeah, pumping on the brakes is important. That's so you don't lose control, correct? So if you hit that slick patch and you slam on your brakes, you could just spin out.
Absolutely. And it also helps you slow down a little bit more gradually rather than just slamming on your brakes and everything locking up, and then you have little to no control over where your vehicle goes.
Well, and there's some items that you can stock in your car to kind of help you with this too. Do you mind telling us about what people should have in their car, and what are some of those household items that people keep in their car as well that might get them out of a sticky situation in a pinch?
Absolutely. A trunk kit is something you should have in your car year-round, but some winter-specific things like an extra heavy jacket, a blanket, and we even recommend having something granular like sand or kitty litter, so that if you do find yourself the wheels spinning and spinning and spinning in the snow, that gritty, granular, whatever you have in your trunk kit can help your tires grip whatever you're stuck in so that you can get out and get home safely.
Yeah, and I know AAA does have some tips and tricks, so if anyone needs to know what to put in their emergency kit, they can always go to AAA's website, social media, so they have all that information there, just in case you want to be prepared. You don't want to wait until it's too late. Thank you so much, Ryan, for being with us today. We so appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's go to Shane Fordham now. Elizabeth City, North Carolina. As Tim was mentioning earlier, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, that's really where the brunt of the storm is right now, with that accumulation with the snow and the winds. Shane, what can you tell us? How are things there? You look cold. I'm glad you're dressed warm out there.
No, Dana, I'm not cold. Feels great out here. But yes, I am live here in Elizabeth City right now, where Elizabeth City residents can expect to see anywhere between 6 to 9 inches of snowfall. As you can see, it's actually coming down pretty consistently right now. Not sure if you can see it on camera, but it is expected to get worse throughout the day today as that snow continues to accumulate and stick to the ground. Now, as you can also see, people here in Elizabeth City are still out trying to gather some of those last-minute supplies in order to properly weather this storm. Just moments ago, I had a chance to speak to several shoppers who told me that the shelves inside of these stores are looking really empty right now because of how heavily people are stocking up for the expected weather this weekend. Our 13 News Now weather team says Elizabeth City and really the state of North Carolina as a whole, as you said, Dana, will get hit harder by the storm than Virginia. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency for the second week in a row.
The snow is going to come with strong winds and bitterly cold temperatures. In many places, we don't expect to get above freezing until early next week. So whatever snow falls on Saturday is going to stick around for a while.
Now, in response, the Elizabeth City Public School System and the Pasquotank Public School System announced that they are canceling school on Monday in expectation of the coming conditions. But I'll have more from nearby residents throughout the day today. For now, live in Elizabeth City, Shane Fordham, 13 News Now.
It's so interesting to see the difference there between what we were seeing with Layla Cox when she was out there and also what we're seeing here with Shane now, even though they're in the same state, the drastic differences in two different places.
Yeah, so I see that snow, Shane. You mentioned you weren't sure we could see. We can see the snow, and we do see it starting to build up a little bit in that parking lot. The winds, you're inland, so not quite as extreme as the Outer Banks, but still, go sit in the car, turn the heat on, and warm up. We appreciate you, Shane. All right, we're going to bring in Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandages now. So, Tim, Shane had mentioned people are buying up the shelves, and we don't want to panic people. This is not a alarm anyone situation. So let's get the facts. Let's get what we know now and what's happening, what the models are telling us.
Sure. Three different aspects of the storm: snow, wind, and tides. Okay. Yeah. Snow is starting to fall in North Carolina, lifting to the north. We got the dry air that we're competing against in most of our Virginia cities and counties. It's winning out for now.
Right.
But it's not going to win out the entire time. We will see snow in those areas, and it will accumulate with it being so cold. And then the tides will come up. Tomorrow morning's high tide looks to be the worst. And the winds, very, very gusty for the next several hours, 40 to maybe 60 miles per hour, especially at the coastline as our storm develops. So here's how it looks on the map. Snow, large gradient northwest to southeast. As you go up on 64 towards Richmond, you're not going to get much at all. Not much through the peninsula. South side, a couple inches. And the highest totals, again, still foreseeing northeastern North Carolina coming in with 6, 7, 8 inches of snow, especially as you get down closer to the coastline there. Gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. This will pose a minor power outage problem as we get through tonight. And then if you live in a tidal flooding prone area, moderate to major tidal flooding coming our way for Sunday morning's high tide, timing on that between 6 and 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Here's a look at radar. Each time we revisit this, we're starting to see it fill in a little bit more. And this gap that's near the radar site, we had the same occurrence last weekend. When we have this kind of, void, you can call it, around the actual radar site there, as you're getting closer to the radar itself, it's getting a sampling closer to the ground. So this shows us that the dry air right now is winning out. As we start to see this collapse and shrink into itself, that means the atmosphere is getting saturated, the snow is reaching the ground as radar is sampling it closer to the surface. So it's shooting out now. Several miles away, it's a little bit higher up in the cloud deck, so it's picking up a little bit higher altitude, so it's picking up a little bit more of that snow that evaporates before it actually reaches the ground. So it's what we call virga. It's very, very dry at the ground with dew points in the single digits. So most of what you're seeing in Virginia is not hitting the ground. But you look to the south of the state line into North Carolina, where you have some of the darker blues. Those are snowfall rates that are a little bit higher. And when that snowfall rate picks up, it saturates that dry air closer to the surface a little bit quicker, and we start to see it reach the ground, like you just saw with Shane Fordham out in Elizabeth City. That snow is now reaching the ground there. It reached the ground first out in Currituck County along the coastline, and it is now progressing west and inland, and eventually will start to spill north as well as these heavier snowfall ratios, or rates, I should say, are lifting towards the north and will overwhelm a lot of that dry air that's closer to the ground. A look of Chesapeake over in the far southeastern Suffolk. Most of this isn't reaching the ground aside from a few stray flurries. Not much going on in Norfolk. Over to Virginia Beach, and southern Virginia Beach had a few reports in the last couple couple of hours of some flurries there. No, nothing accumulating at all at this point in time. Down to the south, though, the story changes. Elizabeth City, now we're seeing it hitting the ground as you get towards Gregory, Poplar Branch, down a little bit farther south, seeing it really sticking to the ground and covering things up quite fast. And that's certainly the case down into the Outer Banks. I mean, you've got this band here over inland Dare County, over to Wanchese, over to south of Kill Devil Hills, Nags Head, that's lifting towards the north. And this is a pretty potent band there, coating things up very, very fast. Our storm system itself is sitting and gathering and intensifying pretty much due east of Wilmington, North Carolina. And it's going to basically be on an east-northeast trajectory over the next several hours, rapidly deepening as it does so. And you see the back edge moisture in the cold air, especially close to the center. You see these bands setting on up in eastern North Carolina, trying to lift their way to the north, combating against the dry air, again, that's hanging farther to the north. Temperatures, no worry there in terms of this being a mix or anything like that. It'll be all snow once it does win out against the dry air. 22 this hour out at Driver, Carrollton at 21, 23 at Kings Fork, Great Bridge right now sitting at 23. Peninsula, York Terrace, we're at 23, 19 at Chickahominy, Fort Eustis at 21, Seaford at 22, Hilton Village also at 22, and Smithfield coming in this hour, double twos there. 20 out of Pampa. Oh, we've got 21 at Gloucester, 24 Exmoor and Hancock at 23, and North Carolina readings just as cold. 23 at Jaycox, 22 Hertford, Morgan's Corner at 22, Corolla at 28, and 25 this hour out at Gatesville. And with the winds that are up, it is very, very, very cold. All right, dew points. This is the problem. They were in the single digits, even low single digits earlier. They are slowly coming up. Where it's reaching the ground, we've got dew points that are now in the mid-teens. Still dry, but when you compare to the air temperature, the difference isn't all that great. The dew point depression, when you get into the single digits here with those temperatures in the 20s, you have a larger spread between those two numbers, meaning the snow has a little bit more to overcome to make it to the ground. But these numbers are slowly coming up. Norfolk was 6 earlier. Now it's got a dew point of 11, so it's almost double that in the last hour. 11-degree dew point over to Suffolk. So how do the models see things here? This model, recent run, handling things a little bit better. I know you've heard us talking about our shorter range models, just not in agreement here. And this close to a system developing and coming on through is just very, very unusual. But this one now is getting a better handle on things, showing the snow light to moderate across Virginia, increasing intensity as we head through the afternoon and evening, and especially down to the south. That continues through the first half of the overnight, and then I still see this being out of here by sunrise tomorrow. Back edge, the western fringe pulling away to the east and eventually offshore by sunrise for most of us by Sunday morning at sunup. So I have adjusted these totals slightly again. I did take it down to 2 to 4 in south side, 4 to 8 to northeastern North Carolina, and then a sharp cutoff to an inch or two maybe in North Suffolk, southern portion of the peninsula to a trace to an inch if you're lucky as you get farther to the north and west here, where I think we're going to have better odds at seeing the band making it in the south side and, of course, in North Carolina than we will farther to the north from there. So, yes, we're knocking these totals down, but I still think we do see snow in most areas here, so it's not a complete loss. All right, wind chills are going to be a big problem, too, overnight tonight, dropping to 0 to 5 below with a extreme cold warning up for the entire area through tomorrow morning. Look at these wind chills out there now, dipping into the single digits overnight tonight, just getting worse by sunrise on Sunday, down to at or below 0, 2 below at Newport News, 1 below out at Chesapeake, 3 below out at Franklin by sunup on Sunday. So just extremely cold. Let's talk about those winds. We've got the high wind warning closer to the coast, wind advisory farther inland for those wind gusts along the immediate coast, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Recent wind gusts are starting to get up there. Naval Station Norfolk coming in at 35 miles an hour, Back Bay at 30 miles an hour, 23 at Fentress Airfield, 36 out of Elizabeth City is the recent wind gust. But look at Rodanthe, recent wind gusts of 44 miles an hour there. That's going to drive up the tides as well. Sunday morning's high tide looks to be the most impactful. Minor tidal flooding now expected, Sewell's Point. So that's an improvement. It was moderate tidal flooding earlier. Now it's down to 5.3. So good news there. Major tidal flooding still expected at Lynn Haven Inlet at 5.5 feet. None at Yorktown. Great news. And then major tidal flooding down at Duck Pier tomorrow morning, just ahead of 7 o'clock in the morning. 7.0 is the forecasted crest. That's the latest on the weather side. We're going to revisit radar again when I see you again in a few minutes. Ladies?
All right. Thank you, Tim. A lot to keep in mind there. And like you said, that dry air isn't going to hold off what's coming for long. But remember, we've got live team coverage with reporters, boots on the ground to bring you those conditions as they unfold across the region. You can see all of our crews that we've got out there right here on your screen. And it's truly impressive to see just the sheer number of people that we're going to have out there tracking what's happening.
Yeah, you can rely on 13 News Now to keep you up to date hour by hour as this storm unfolds.
And we'll be right back with more of our winter storm coverage after this break.
You're watching 13 News Now Plus as we track this winter storm that is heading in, impacting Hampton Roads and northeast North Carolina. We're tracking the trends with temperatures. It's freezing outside. We're tracking the storm as it moves up. And we also have Layla Cox. Look at her.
Right. We've talked about wind gusts. You know, Tim has told us that those wind gusts right now, 40 to 60 miles per hour. And Layla, it looks like you're experiencing some of those gusts at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, Dana and Madison. We actually moved down to Nags Head now. We left Kill Devil Hills just to show you guys, just the trajectory of the Outer Banks and how this storm has been impacting the entirety of Dare County. We're actually not near the Outer Banks coast. We're closer to the Roanoke Sound water area. I'm just going to have our photojournalist Jaron turn over there and show you guys. You can see the snow accumulation over there in that area on the ground. The snow has been accumulating. It's been snowing at least since around 7 o'clock this morning. We've been out here since around 6 a.m. So we saw the first snowfall in this area. And if I can turn you over to the opposite side, you'll see the snow accumulating on this entire kind of patch of land we have right here. We drove through the parking lot, which was actually past the Outer Banks premium outlets. And I'm not sure if they're closed or not, but the parking lot was completely empty. The conditions are so bad. People don't even want to come out and shop today, guys. They don't even really want, not even any retail therapy at this point. But I can tell you the roads are right down here. They weren't too bad. That's because NCDOT has been salting and brining these roads. We've even seen a few trucks just on our drive up and down the road right here. But like I can say, we've been here since 6 a.m. and just seeing how the system has developed and our amazing weather team that's been tracking this system for a week now. These conditions are going to linger into tomorrow with these gusty winds continuing to pick up and these bitterly cold temperatures. So if you don't have to stay outside, please stay inside. And again, I'll just pan you guys. Whoa. I'm okay, guys. I'll pan you guys back over to the Roanoke Sound just to show you guys the snowfall and the wind gusts really picking up traction onto the ground. Even the pathways that you can see are clearly empty right now. No one wants to go over there and see those views, but I sure do, because here at 13 News Now, we're going to keep you guys up to date with how this winter storm system develops throughout the weekend. Derek Lytle will be here tonight. I'll be back tomorrow morning and then on Monday as well, just to track this system, guys. So please just stay warm if you're outside. I'm right there with you. Now live in Outer Banks, Layla Cox, 13 News Now.
Layla, just looking at you, you can see how the snow is hitting her.
Half of you is covered in snow,
and half of her, you can see the wind is blowing that light, fluffy snow off of her. Layla, you've truly been a trooper through this entire day. We really do appreciate the hard work that you and Jaron are doing out there.
Absolutely. And we see that snow accumulation that Tim was talking about. Layla, go get warm. Thank you so much. We really are starting to see this storm take shape, especially on the Outer Banks, northeast North Carolina.
Well, and those conditions that we just saw with Layla are the same conditions that are headed for Elizabeth City, where Shane Fordham is right now. We saw those conditions there. We know it's coming. We've got our weather experts who are here tracking all of the different conditions throughout the evening as they unfold too. And I love that we can sit here and watch those conditions unfold as they happen. It truly is telling the story of what this winter storm is.
You're right, and really showing what the models predicted. Now, we did have some uncertainty in the last few days. The models were telling us different things, but now it's really starting to line up. We're just watching that dry air that Tim warned us about to see how the snow totals will wind up in Hampton Roads. But North Carolina, exactly what we said was going to happen is happening. So you definitely, if you're down on the Outer Banks in North Carolina, you want to stay warm and stay inside.
Right. And as that winter storm moves through Hampton Roads this weekend, emergency officials say that right now is the time to be ready, both on the roads and at home as well.
Yeah. So Jordy Clark shows us how to build a simple emergency kit using items you may already have on hand while first responders prepare for what this storm brings.
When a winter storm hits, emergency managers say having a kit ready can make all the difference. So let's build one together, starting with basic first aid. That means bandages, gauze, or even a hot and cold compress. That can help when roads are icy and help is delayed.
We've been working with our partners in emergency management as well as police and EMS to ensure we have our plans in place. So, we're worried about wires down, we're worried about icy road conditions, so accidents, so obviously try to stay off the roads for that.
Officials say light and communication are also critical. A flashlight with extra batteries along with a phone charger or power bank can help you stay connected if the power goes out. Add water, non-perishable foods, medications, and supplies for pets if you have them. Important documents should also be kept in a waterproof bag. And now that we have most of our essentials, let's go ahead and pack our bin. And first responders say having those basics ready ahead of time can help make a real difference if conditions worsen.
But make sure you just have your home supplies, good water, those kind of things, and making sure you have all your backups and good communication with friends and family.
Emergency preparedness doesn't have to be complicated. Officials say having essentials like these all in one place can help you get through severe weather more safely. In Norfolk, Jordy Clark, 13 News Now.
Yeah, that's some good advice there, making sure you have everything on hand. Officials also recommend keeping a smaller emergency kit in your car. So that would include a flashlight, blanket, your phone charger, water, a first aid kit, especially if travel becomes necessary during the storm.
And we heard some of that advice from Ryan Adcock with AAA, but we've also posted a full checklist on our website at 13newsnow.com. And on top of all of that, Carnival Sunshine pulled into port one day early because of this storm. So this is a look at the cruise ship docked by Nauticus in Norfolk this morning. Carnival crews adjusted the route so the ship would return today instead of tomorrow. Carnival says that they made that change just to be extra cautious, allowing that ship to return ahead of those potentially hazardous conditions that we could see right here at home.
Probably a good idea. I wonder how they feel about it. There might be some broken hearts on board, hoping they were in Bermuda for an extra day.
Maybe they'll get a little voucher for the next time they come.
You get a little 20% off or something. Well, I'll call Carnival and I'll see what I can get you guys.
We'll see what they can
do for you.
Dana and I will let you know.
All right, stick with us, guys. We're going to take a really quick break. I was going to say short. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking with us as we track this winter storm impacting Hampton Roads in Northeast North Carolina. I'm Dana Smith.
And I'm Madison Schlegel. We'll have extended coverage here on 13 News Now Plus all afternoon and all night long. We're covering what's happening, what's changing, and what it means for your family. We've got live team coverage from our crews in the field and our weather impact team that's right here in the studio. We truly are doing such a great job at bringing you guys those conditions as they are changing today. But we know that this forecast has been a little tricky for our meteorologists, so let's turn things over to meteorologist Hunter Forrest, who's truly been tracking these conditions. Hunter, what are some of those changes that we're experiencing?
Hey, Madison. Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're finally starting to see this low pressure system coming together. It's getting stronger and stronger. over the last couple of hours, but we've been seeing a stream of snow filtering into eastern portions of North Carolina into the Outer Banks. Of course, we've been seeing it with Layla Cox with the snow and the very gusty winds as well. Seeing a dry slot here in central North Carolina, but as we zoom on in, we're finally starting to see some more snow entering into the south side, some heavier snow down into eastern North Carolina, but we're going to see these heavier bands continuing to push further off towards the north into the south side, and we're finally starting to see the snow kind of gathering around that radar site, which is a good sign for the snow lovers out there. As we zoom on in into our northern areas around the eastern shore, likely a lot of this is not reaching the ground. The air is just way too dry out there. And as we head into the south side, down around Deep Creek, Norfolk, and Bel Air, again, a lot of this probably not reaching the ground, but there could be a few flakes flying out there, especially down around Creeds. But we are seeing some snow coming down, especially down into North Carolina. Emporia could be seeing a few flakes, same around Druryville, Murfreesboro as well. Heading into, areas around Bentonville, Hertford, Nixonton, Elizabeth City. We were seeing some reports of some snow coming around Elizabeth City earlier this morning and into the afternoon as well. But over around Knott's Island, Water Lily, Poplar Branch, we've been seeing some snow coming down over the last couple of hours or so. Moyock could be seeing a few flakes. But of course, as we head into eastern North Carolina and into the Outer Banks, that's where we've been seeing a good amount of snow. We've been seeing accumulation, a bit of a dusting, especially where Layla is out there right now. But right around Alligator, Gum Neck, seeing, some of these darker bands continuing to push further off towards the north. That's where the heavier snow is coming down. So you see the darker colors, that's a heavier snow band, and then the lighter colors are some lighter snow bands. It's not really coming down as heavy. But again, as we zoom out here, we're again finally starting to see the snow and the dry air kind of exiting, or the dry air is exiting, but the snow is continuing to push further off towards the north into the south side. But here's a look at the dew points. I mean, they are so low. It's very dry outside, and this has been limiting some of that snowfall. You'll notice if you look at the south side, it looks like there's snow on the radar, but since the dew points are so low, the flakes are just evaporating as they fall from the cloud and not reaching the ground. But the dew points have been rising and rising, especially around Norfolk. They were starting around 4 degrees this morning, and now they're up to 12. So they're going in the right direction to have that column saturated for the snow to actually reach the ground, but it may take a little bit longer for those flakes to actually reach the surface. Dew point sitting, in the upper 20s around Manio, around 7 in Virginia Beach, 7 degrees in Portsmouth, 10 degrees in Matthews, 17 in Edenton. So again, a very dry atmosphere out there. But as we head into this evening, we'll see probably the heaviest of snow into eastern North Carolina, into the south side, and then it'll get much lighter the further north you go. Not expecting a whole lot for the peninsulas. I think if we were to see some of that accumulation, it'd be through the south side and into eastern North Carolina. We'll continue to see those moderate to heavier bands into the south side and eastern North Carolina as we head into this evening. And then by daybreak tomorrow, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, this is when we start to see that storm exiting the region. But of course, it is certainly cold enough for it to snow. It is frigid outside. Temperatures right now only in the low 20s across the board. Headed into Melfa sitting at 20 degrees. It's 22 in Stingray Point. Gloucester sitting at 21 degrees. Down into Seaford, you guys are at 22 in Phoebus. Lee Hall sitting at 21, 22 degrees over in Smithfield. Here in the south side, still in the low 20s. Oceanfront is the warmest spot, 24 degrees, 22 in Churchland. Chesapeake Regional Airport at 22, and Greenbrier sitting at 23. Kings Fork at 22 degrees. Eastern North Carolina, Hosky, you guys are at 19. Gatesville at 23, 22 in Elizabeth City. The only areas right now in the 30s are the Outer Banks, 32 in Kitty Hawk, 30 in Kill Devil Hills, and Nags Head sitting at 32 degrees. Now, we do have winter storm warnings up for the south side, the southern peninsula, and southern part of the eastern shore, and into eastern North Carolina as well. The areas here in purple are winter weather advisories. So parts of the middle peninsula into the northern eastern shore, Williamsburg, Richmond down south, these have been downgraded from a winter storm warning to a winter weather advisory because the impacts aren't expected to be as big in those areas. But again, we still have winter storm warnings up for the south side and eastern North Carolina. It's also very windy. We've been seeing that with Layla over there down into the Outer Banks. We have high wind warnings up for pretty much the entire coastline from the eastern shore down into Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and down through the Outer Banks, and then wind advisories for our inland areas. Could be seeing gusts 40 to 50 plus miles an hour, pushing 60 down around Nags Head and Kitty Hawk. Right now, we're seeing gusts 30, close to 40 miles an hour around Elizabeth City and Manio at 37 miles an hour. 33 mile per hour gusts here in Norfolk, 28 in Virginia Beach, 20 in Melfa, 22 over in Suffolk. So that is making it feel so cold outside. Feels like temperatures in Norfolk are sitting at 6 degrees. Feels like 8 in Chesapeake, 21 in Gloucester, 6 in Ahoskie. Feels like 22 in Virginia Beach, 9 in Moyock, 8 in Hampton, and feels like 9 degrees in Gatesville. And it's not going to warm up at all as we head into the next couple of days. Tonight, we have an extreme cold warning in effect because waking up tomorrow morning, it's going to be feeling like 0 to 5 below. So that warning is in effect for the entire Hampton Roads area, but we also have to watch out for coastal flooding. We have coastal flood warnings in effect for Norfolk, Virginia Beach, down into the Outer Banks and southern portions of the eastern shore, but we also have coastal flood advisories in effect as well for portions of the area. So again, the good news is it's going to be a mainly snow event. We don't have to worry about ice or sleet. And the snow that does fall is going to be pretty light. So, if you do have to shovel some of that, it's not going to be super hard. It's going to be a light snow. Gusty winds, again, 40 to 50 plus miles an hour. And then that tidal flooding as well, moderate to major. And as we take a look here at our Thompson Creek Window Company Sky View, we're not seeing a whole lot of snow here in Virginia Beach falling down, but certainly that will change as we go throughout the afternoon. We'll see that air or the dew points finally starting to come up, the air getting a little bit more saturated, and we'll see those flakes trying to reach the ground over the next couple of hours or so. I'll let you know how much snowfall we can see in my full forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. Guys?
All right, thanks so much, Hunter. We are keeping an eye on that dry air, as you mentioned, because that is the difference between the snow on the ground or the snow in the atmosphere. And we do have Brianna Fallon, who is in Chesapeake now, near the Great Bridge area. And I know, Brianna, you're feeling those cold temperatures Hunter just told us about. I'm glad to see you bundled up.
Yeah, for sure. I have so many layers on right now because it is so cold out here. Really, if you're going to be outside, very, very important you wear gloves, hats, jackets, multiple layers, boots, especially as we get more into the evening. Now, again, like you mentioned, we're near the Great Bridge area right now in Chesapeake, right by South Battlefield Boulevard. We've seen plenty of cars kind of driving down and up this road right here. Not too many, but crews, in light of the snowstorm happening later tonight, they started preparing out in Chesapeake since Wednesday, laying salt and brine on these roads, really preparing them for these potential dangerous conditions later today. Now, we haven't seen much snow yet. We've seen a few flurries. They kind of started at about 2 today, and they kind of just come and go. Every now and then we might see a few, but right now I think the big issue out here is just the cold temperatures. Now, driving in from Norfolk into Chesapeake, we did see several plow trucks on standby, ready for those conditions later tonight, once that snow does start to fall. A key with those trucks, though, is they're not going to be able to actually start plowing these roads, these streets, until at least 2 inches of snow is on the ground for safety reasons with their trucks. It's also important to note that these trucks are going to start with emergency roads. So South Battlefield Boulevard, that is included with there. And then after that, once those roads are in a better condition, they'll go to the primary routes and then they will hit the secondary routes. But again, right now, the main thing is just the bitter cold temperatures out here. So if you're going to be outside right now, please, please, please bundle up and stay warm. Brianna Fallon, 13 News Now.
All right, Brianna, thank you so much for giving us a look at those cold temperatures out there in Chesapeake. Stay warm. I've been telling everyone, go back to the car and turn that heat up and warm up until we got to check with you in another couple of minutes. We so appreciate that.
I'm sure our reporters love to hear that little note. Hey, the permission, go get warm.
Go get warm.
I understand you're doing the hard work, but go get warm. You heard Brianna mention there a little bit about where they hit those roads first and those priority roads. So in Chesapeake, some of those priority roads are Chesapeake Expressway, Dominion Boulevard South, south, George Washington Highway, Highway 17.
Yeah.
So some of those roads, if you know that those are key roads that you depend on or use for your travel, whether that be your work commute, whether that be you're going out to get groceries, XYZ, those are the roads that they're going to hit first, which are also those main roads that bleed to the hospitals, bleed to police departments, and are roads that make it accessible for those crews to get to and from, especially if there's an emergency situation.
Yeah, but we do have that warning from officials that do not get on the roads later tonight unless you absolutely have to. You should have everything you need now. And this is not a warning to go panic buy. We're not trying to alarm anyone, but you just want to make sure you have what you need. Keep your phones charged and stay indoors. Unless you have to leave, don't go anywhere. You know, we're tracking this winter storm right now. We're tracking it hour by hour to see how things evolve. And we mentioned that dry air. That's the difference between snow in the atmosphere and snow on the ground. They call it virga. Learned that from Tim today. Thanks, Tim.
Right, and then you couple that with the wind advisories and the wind situation that we're seeing right now with wind gusts, you know, anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour, which also makes it difficult for people to drive on the road. Those are the conditions that when you are on the road, you can physically feel your car being pulled in one direction or another.
Yeah, you feel that shaking.
Right, so another reason why we're telling people to be cautious and to stay home and hang out here with Dana and I and all of our crews. You know, let our trained crews and professionals who are out there with all the equipment that they need to stay safe, let them bring you these conditions instead of going out there and figuring it out for yourself.
Absolutely. And you mentioned those windy conditions. And what's interesting is when you have this strong wind, when you have these wind gusts and you have accumulation on the ground, as what we saw in Northeast North Carolina, that's when you can get those blizzard conditions. Now, don't panic. When I say blizzard conditions, I only mean lower visibility. And that's what Cheryl Nelson had pointed out earlier, where she said visibility was down to about a mile in some places. And that's because the snow accumulates, and this is that powdery snow. It's that nice snow that we like. It's not the wet one. It's the powdery snow, and the winds can really kick it up. And when that happens and you're on the roads, it will be very hard to see. That snow is going to be going back and forth horizontally, like we saw with Layla, in front of you, and it's very dangerous. So don't get on the roads. Just stay home, make a cup of tea, some hot chocolate. As Madison said, watch us and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, hang out. And we're going to be doing all this hanging out all evening, especially with our crews. But we'll be right back with our extended coverage right after this break. All right, welcome back to 13 News Now Plus and an extended version of winter storm coverage that we have going on. Obviously, we've been telling you we've got crews stocked all over the 757 and in northeastern North Carolina, to tell you those conditions. So we're going to go now to Kitty Hawk in North Carolina, where we've got Derek Lytle. Derek, you just traveled down here to North Carolina. First things first, we see you.
The shades.
I'm like, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. This man meant business. So Derek, on your way down to where you are in North Carolina, what were those road conditions looking like?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm going to tell you this. It's not that Bermuda trip or whatever you got on the cruise line I heard you guys talking about, but we're over here near the Kitty Hawk Pier, and the roads headed down when you get to some of the more county rural areas are covered in snow. They've done a pretty good job here in Kitty Hawk of clearing the main roadways. I got my anemometer over here with me, and we've seen winds here near the pier of just 29.5 miles an hour, almost getting to 30 miles an hour. You can see the power of the ocean behind me. It reminds me of when we were here back in August, but I'm definitely not in swim trunks anymore. It's not sticking the snow as far as that to the beachfront yet, but crazy conditions out here so far as the snow starts to come in. My IFB's dancing a little bit in my head, so I don't know if I'll be able to hear you guys, but just kind of crazy to see the wind and then the power of the waves too as the snow begins to stick on the beachfront here.
Derek, thank you so much. I am seeing that snow sticking on the sand there, and the snow is moving horizontally because of that wind. How powerful are you feeling that wind? You are bundled up. How bad is it with those wind gusts coming off of the ocean?
Yeah, I wouldn't have the snow goggles on if I wasn't snowboarding, because some of the wind is literally blowing the sleet, ice, and snow directly into our vision. So I'd rather be safe with the eyesight so I can continue to come to you guys through the evening. But that wind is almost pushing 30 miles an hour as we see it, and I'm expecting it'll only get a whole lot crazier out here. It's just a pretty powerful wind.
Well, right, and Derek, you've been down there for all slews of kind of weather that we've seen in the Outer Banks this past year, especially the hurricane weather we saw as well. During that coverage, we would see some people, some watchers out there on the beach to kind of see the waves in these kinds of conditions. But like we saw with Layla, and I'm sure if you wouldn't mind giving us a look here too, those beaches are empty compared to some of those other severe conditions we see people come to watch at the beach.
Yeah, we saw two people come up onto the pier to kind of check it out and then immediately go get back in their car. I did talk to several of the local photographers here in the community when I talked to them when some of the homes were falling down, and they were out taking some videos of the lighthouse, things like that, a little earlier on in the day. But it's pretty dead silent here as far as businesses and things like that throughout the early afternoon.
Yeah, well, you definitely came prepared. You were bundled up. You've got the goggles on. You look great, by the way. I love this look on you. You look great and you look warm. Thank you so much for giving us that update from the Outer Banks. We're going to go to Hunter Force now because, Hunter, you're keeping track on conditions in Northeast North Carolina as well as Hampton Roads. We are seeing that snow start to accumulate on the ground in North Carolina on the Outer Banks. Here in Hampton Roads, not yet. It is snowing. It's just not making it to the ground. So tell us a little bit more about what the models are saying and what you're seeing.
Well, Dana, I do have some good news for some snow lovers if you're in Norfolk. We are finally starting to see some flakes reaching the ground. Taking a live look here at our Thompson Creek Window Company Skyview, it is cloudy, but we are seeing those flakes flying around. They are starting to reach the ground as the column of air becomes more saturated. Those dew points are rising, so the snowflakes are like, all right, I'll make it to the ground now. So the ground is certainly cold enough for the snow to accumulate. It's not really going to melt on contact once it hits the ground. So we are starting to see some of those flakes flying around. We had the Carnival Sunshine just over this building there. They did have to come back to Norfolk a day early because of the storm. And we're still seeing a few people going for a nice stroll, probably enjoying the snow showers out there right now. But it's going to continue to come down over the next couple of hours. But it is very, very cold. We are in the low 20s across the board. And mind you, it is the middle of the afternoon. We are so well below average. 22 in Norfolk, it's 22 in Virginia Beach and Hampton, 21 in Newport News, 22 in Suffolk, 23 in Elizabeth City, and 22 down in Chesapeake. Here's a look at our radar. It is looking a bit better. We are starting to see this hole here starting to fill in, which means, again, the air is getting saturated. So we'll start to see more snow reaching the ground around the south side. We've already been seeing reports of some accumulations down into eastern North Carolina. Right now, you'll notice a lighter spot here around Elizabeth City. So it's probably very, very light over there right now. But these darker blues around Ahoskie, which are heading north, could be seeing a good amount of accumulation over there right now, or a heavier snow band at least coming down the region. We are still seeing some light snow, according to the radar, in our northern areas around Saluda, Gloucester, Cape Charles, up into Exmoor. A lot of this, again, probably not reaching the ground. You could see a snowflake or two, but here in Norfolk, we are starting to see those snow showers reaching the ground. So could be seeing some snow around Deep Creek and Bear Quarter, some heavier snow bands, around Virginia Beach, Oceanfront, Woodhouse Corner, and into Creeds as well, seeing a little bit in Suffolk and Nerney. And then over to areas around Druryville, seeing some good snow coming down in that area around Boykins and Murfreesboro and Sunbeam. And again, these darker colors here, heavier snow bands, and those are continuing to push further off towards the north. But then we have some lighter snow around Lynch's Corner, Elizabeth City, and Nixonton. Hertford seeing some good snow falling on down, and Askew as well. Areas around Knott's Island, Water Lily, Poplar Branch, again, some very light snow coming on down, but it's going to kind of be like that through the evening. You could see a heavier band come on through, and then a lighter band, and then heavier. And then we're seeing a little bit of a break here in parts of the Outer Banks, but Rodanthe seeing some more snow showers coming in, and same around Kill Devil Hills, Columbia, and Gum Neck. Again, a lot of this blue here, darker colors, some heavier snow continuing to push further off towards the north. As we take a look at the future cast here, we'll see the heaviest of snow bands staying pretty further down around the south side and eastern North Carolina. We'll see a few flakes in our northern areas, not expecting a whole lot of accumulation. Should stay more in our southern areas around the south side, eastern North Carolina. This will last heading into tonight. And then as we get into early Sunday morning, we see the system winding down and pushing out, and we are dry by daybreak. Things will be looking much better. It'll be a cloudier start to the day tomorrow. But as we take a look at our snowfall outlook, totals have come down. And if you're a snow lover, you don't like to see that. But that dry air really got the best of some of these totals. So right now on the south side in the pink area, could see around 2 to 4 inches down around Ahoskie as well. The highest of totals will stay down closer to the Outer Banks, Dare County, around 4 to 8 inches. Elizabeth City, kind of on that cusp of 2 to 4 to 4 to 8 inches. And then further off towards the north, the peninsulas down into the very southern tip of the eastern shore, 1 to 2 inches possible, and then maybe a trace to an inch in our northern areas from Richmond to around Williamsburg and Melfa. Again, we do have some wind alerts out there. We have high wind warnings up for pretty much the entire coast, from the eastern shore down into Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and through the Outer Banks as well. And then we have wind advisories for our inland areas. And those winds are going to continue to pick up as we head into this evening. 30, 40, close to 50 miles an hour. By midnight, we're gusting up to about 45 miles an hour in Norfolk, 38 in Virginia Beach, 44 in Kill Devil Hills. And then by the time we get into Sunday morning, we are gusting over 50 miles an hour in Kill Devil Hills, 40 in Virginia Beach, 43 in Norfolk, 39 in Chesapeake, and 34 in West Point. And it is going to be feeling absolutely brutal outside. It is going to be feeling frigid. A lot of us will have wind chills below zero. Heading into the afternoon, it's still breezy, but not as breezy. Gusts about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Now, we do have the potential again for some flooding as well. Coastal flooding here. We have coastal flood warnings up for the southern parts of the eastern shore, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and into the Outer Banks as well, with some coastal flood advisories there in that lighter blue color. But we do have extreme cold warnings up for the entire Hampton Roads area. Tonight into tomorrow morning, we're going to have wind chills from 0 to 5 below zero. Here's a look at the futurecast wind chill. This is tomorrow morning. You may want to go outside, check out what's going on, see how much snow you got. You're going to want to bundle up from head to toe, and or honestly, maybe not even go out. Maybe wait until the afternoon when we start to see the wind chills get above zero. It'll be feeling like 1 below in Norfolk, 2 below in Elizabeth City, 3 below in Gloucester and Williamsburg, 5 below in Accomack. But as we head into the afternoon, we're not even going to make it out of the teens with the wind chills, even still in the single digits in Cape Charles, feeling like 14 in Norfolk, 15 in Ahoskie, 13 over in Elizabeth City. And by Sunday evening, same deal. And you're heading off to work on Monday. At least we're out of the negatives. We'll be in the single digits across the area, except for Eatonton and Ahoskie, feeling like 2 in Elizabeth City Monday morning, 9 in Norfolk, 5 in Gloucester, and 8 over in Williamsburg. And you may be wondering, all right, is there a warm up on the way? Please. Unfortunately not. It's looking like we are going to be staying well below average as we head into February. Even the first week or two of February, temperatures staying below average. Our average high is right around 51 degrees. We won't even make it into the 50s as we head into the next 10 days. But again, for tonight, very cold. We're going to see some of that snow coming on down. 20 in Norfolk, 18 in Poquoson, 20 in Cape Charles. It'll be 18 in Gatesville, 19 Elizabeth City, 23 in Manioc. For tomorrow, we'll see the snow rolling on out very early Sunday morning. So we will see more sunshine tomorrow, but staying very cold and windy. 29 in Norfolk, 29 in Portsmouth, 30 in Gloucester, 28 degrees in Cape Charles, 30 in Hertford, 29 Elizabeth City, and 29 over in Manioc. Here is a look at our 5-day forecast. Of course, we have the weather impact alert heading into this evening and tomorrow. And then as we get into the next couple of days, plenty of sunshine on Monday, but we are still in the 30s. And then finally getting into the low 40s by Tuesday. Guys?
Hunter really had it right there. He said the one positive is that we're not in the negative.
I mean, 40 might feel absolutely balmy after this weekend.
Right, definitely. And obviously, we've been telling you about the conditions on the roads, too. I have pulled some data here from VSP. So as of 9 a.m. this morning, I'm sure we're going to get more updated numbers here throughout the evening. But starting Friday morning, they were starting to total some of the crashes that we've seen across the Commonwealth here. And yeah, I know that we've got Cheryl Nelson here with us. It's going to give us more of a check on traffic. But Cheryl, I just kind of wanted to point out some numbers here from VSP. As of 9 a.m., they started these totals Friday morning. There were 88 crashes across the Commonwealth, 14 of those here in Hampton Roads, with 2 fatalities across the state, one of those being right here in Hampton Roads. So I'm sure you could tell us those conditions on the road are going to get more dicey as tonight goes on.
Yeah, and temperatures are already cold, so that's the problem. And I want to say, before you head out, if you have to go anywhere, make sure you check your fluids in your car, your windshield washer fluid. Also have an emergency kit in your vehicle. Have blankets, flashlights, and batteries, because if you get stuck or stranded, it is cold and you're going to need all of that in your vehicle. So just keep that in mind, but hopefully you don't have to go anywhere and you can stay home. Here's what's happening on the roadways. Thankfully, no incidents to talk about. So that certainly is some good news. A lot of folks are staying home, but we can see the radar here. We can see the snow coming in. Where you see the darker blues, that's where that snow is now trying to reach it down to the ground. It is snowing outside our studios right now in Norfolk, so that snow finally has saturated the atmosphere enough. Out to the north and west, still a little bit too dry, still working on saturating that atmosphere there. But no incidents to report right now, so that's some good news. Now, where we do have some problems, you guessed it, North Carolina. So if you are hoping for a good deal of snow, you certainly want to go south of the Virginia-North Carolina state line to find that. This is on Highway 12. This is near Corolla in the Outer Banks. So yeah, look at that snow covering the roadways, certainly starting to accumulate there across parts of the Outer Banks region. So I did some more searching, and this is 168 at the state line in Chesapeake. There might be some flurries there falling, but I can't really see much sticking to the ground there at this point. The wind is blowing a lot, so a lot of that is also blowing around. Then I went to the eastern part of Virginia Beach to look at Oceana and General Booth, and I'm looking at this, and this really doesn't look too bad either at this point. So likely some flurries in the air, but not seeing any issues with the roadways at this time as they are turning. Yeah, it looks like the roads there are still fine at this hour, but once that sun starts to go down and we see it darkening outside, we should start to see some more impacts on those roadways. Now, visibility, this is another problem, gosh, especially down in the Outer Banks where it is snowing. That wind is blowing the snow around, so visibility, a mile Manioc, mile and a half in Currituck, and Emporia, Roanoke Rapids also seeing some bursts of snow, so visibility down to near a mile in those locations. Look at Wakefield now, down to 3/4 of a mile, so that also tells me starting to see some snow there in Wakefield. Williamsburg at 3 miles, gonna have to check that out. I'm curious to see if there are flakes falling in the Williamsburg area. We'll have to do some investigating there, but otherwise the rest of us doing okay at this time. Now, if you do get a good deal of snow, here are some winter driving tips for you. So pay attention to this. Check your tires. Make sure you have adequate pressure in there to grip the road firmly. Remove any ice and snow from your vehicle. This includes the roof because that can fly out and become a flying projectile. projectile. Vehicles behind you don't want to do that. By the way, you can also get a ticket for that if you don't clear it off. So something to do there. Don't tailgate. Please give the plows plenty of room too. And then if you do find yourself starting to skid, make sure let your foot off the gas, try not to brake, and steer in the direction that you want your vehicle to go. And finally, before we wrap this up, of course, a bridge lift. We've got one at the JRB coming up at 3:45. Please keep it slow, take it safe out there, and we're back in just a little bit. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Cheryl. We appreciate it. We'll check in with you in just a little bit here.
Yeah.
But let's check it out for ourselves here. These are live pictures from the Outer Banks.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. You can see, our cameras or our pictures must be a little frozen here. Or we might.
You can still make it out,
Right.
though. Yeah, that snow accumulating. This is Jeanette's Pier in Nags Head. And Cheryl had mentioned, looking around at those traffic cameras, the amount of accumulation that we are seeing in northeastern North Carolina. And this is a good example of it. And just how dusty and powdery it is being blown around. And you can tell from the waves that wind is kicking out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's cold, it's windy. There's snow coming down. Here we go. This is a moving photo for you. Much better. Wow, look at that, Madison.
Yeah, and you can already see that snow accumulating on that boardwalk there. And
yeah.
I mean, it looks like what? We've got one person down there at the beach.
A brave soul.
I was just going to say brave soul. But we heard from Derek that he's seen some photographers. I mean, this truly is probably a sight for people to want to capture because of the rarity of this intensive a storm that the Outer Banks does see.
To see snow on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have been seeing it snow in North Carolina for some time now.
Yeah, and joining us to talk more about what NCDOT crews are expecting is Tim Haas with NCDOT Division 1. Thank you so much for meeting with us, not just today, but you've really given us a wealth of knowledge over this last week, Tim.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so Tim, I see the snow behind you. So it's starting to accumulate. Where are you at? What city? And what are conditions like right now?
I'm in Manteo, North Carolina right now, and it started really coming down probably about an hour and a half ago. But as you can tell, it's blowing sideways behind me. So it is really starting to come down, and it is starting to accumulate on the roads. It took a few hours, but it is starting to accumulate on the roads now.
Yeah, let's talk about those road conditions and pre-treating the roads. When did you guys start with that pre-treatment, and how effective do you expect it to be?
Well, we started pre-treating on Thursday. So we spent all day Thursday and some of the day Friday pre-treating the roads. And the good thing with this storm is it's been mostly snow. When it rains after we pre-treat it, sometimes that dampens the effect. But it's been cold the whole time, and it started snowing. There's been no rain, at least here. And so that means that pre-treating is helping. And if you were to see the roads behind me, you can see snow start to accumulate, but a lot of it did melt upon landing there.
Well, Tim, one of the quotes that you said this week to us that I thought was really punchy was, it's kind of more like North Dakota right now than North Carolina. So are your crews out there kind of putting that North Dakota mentality hat on? What are some of the extra crews that you guys have accumulated over this last week to kind of prepare for this storm?
Well, they haven't actually started plowing yet because it usually takes 2 or 3 inches of accumulation before we can start plowing and have it be effective. But they're all spread out all over the Outer Banks, all over Division 1. We have crews, we have contractors, and if there are parts of the state that don't get hit as hard as we do, we can call on some western counties to come help us. So we're ready to go. We're just waiting for that accumulation to get to the point where we can start plowing.
And I know one concern that your division has right now is overwash. Do you mind talking to us a little bit about that?
Well, this storm is a lot like a winter hurricane. Some people have called it a snow-a-cane. So it has the same sort of low-pressure system that a tropical storm or a hurricane would bring, which would bring us ocean overwash on Highway 12. So we are concerned that as we go into the evening and the winds get even stronger, up to 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, that we are going to see that overwash. And if worse comes to worse, we will have to close NC-12. Right now it's closed on the north end of Ocracoke, but that's mostly because the ferries have stopped running and there's no reason for anyone to be on that road if there's no ferries running. So right now NC-12 at the north end of Ocracoke is closed, and if worse comes to worse, we may have to close it on Hatteras and Pea Islands as well.
Yeah, NC-12 is always that problem area no matter what happens. We have some rain from a hurricane, or in this case, overwash and snow. NC-12 really is that trouble spot. What should drivers know? How can drivers help you guys do your job safely? Is this the point where you're telling everyone to get off the roads and get home?
Absolutely. I mean, it is, as you can see, it's starting to blow. It's starting to accumulate. People had all day Friday and some of the day today to get ready. Now is the time to go home and stay home, because once those winds get going, the visibility is going to be down to almost nothing. So you won't be able to see. There'll be snow on the roads. It'll be blowing. And if you're on Highway 12, there may be overwash as well. So the best thing to do is right now, get home, stay home, and enjoy it out your window. And then even after the storm passes, try to stay home if you can, because it really helps our plowing crews and our salt crews to get out there when there's not a lot of traffic. So best advice right now, get home, stay home, enjoy the weather from inside.
Tim, we appreciate it again. We know that you've been keeping us up with conditions even last week and all this week, and we're going to be checking in with you a couple more times this evening, hopefully, as well. We can't wait to see those conditions change right behind your window, too.
Enjoying the view.
Well, it'll get dark eventually, so.
Right. We're going to send you out there to check your grill or something, put this man to work. I'm just kidding. You've been doing a great job. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a moment. And as for everybody else, of course, as for everybody else joining us right here on the stream for extended weather coverage, we'll be right back just after this break.
All right, welcome back to 13 News Now Plus. We are tracking this winter storm impacting Northeast North Carolina and Hampton Roads. We have meteorologist Hunter Force standing by. And Hunter, you mentioned good news for Team Snow. We had that Virga, those dry conditions in the atmosphere that meant that the snow was falling, but we couldn't quite see it in Hampton Roads. Northeastern North Carolina was a different story. We saw that accumulation. But now things have moistened up a little bit more, and we are starting to see those flakes in Hampton Roads. Hunter, what are the models saying? What are you seeing?
Dana, that was a fantastic explanation, I gotta say.
Hire her. Thank you. Thank you, Hunter. Look at that.
Come here.
I can come over there. I can hop in front of the green screen.
Yeah, absolutely. You do a great job. As we look at our satellite radar right now, we were seeing some flakes flying down in downtown Norfolk. On our Nauticus cam, we've been seeing snow all morning there in eastern North Carolina, or late morning into the afternoon in eastern North Carolina, especially down into the Outer Banks. We are seeing a little bit of a dry pocket here getting into the south side in very northeastern North Carolina, right around Elizabeth City. But you'll notice these darker blues here, these are heavier snow bands, and those are continuing to push off towards the north. So around Franklin, getting up into Wakefield, probably seeing some good snowflakes flying down this afternoon. And then even down here around the Admiral Sound, you see those darker blues. those are also continuing to push off towards the north. So Elizabeth City up into Moyock, the south side, eventually around Norfolk and Virginia Beach. We could see those heavier snow bands rolling in over the next 30 minutes to half an hour or so. As we zoom in on here, we could be seeing a few light flurries along the eastern shore up into Gloucester, Stingray Point, and Poquoson. If you're watching from up there, send us an email if you can and let us know what you're seeing. Achilles, Martin Siding, Stingray Point, probably seeing, again, a few light snowflakes coming on down. We are seeing a few light flakes here in downtown Norfolk. Not seeing a whole lot right now at the ocean front, at least from what I was seeing on our Skyview cams. And again, here's that dry pocket right around Bear Quarter in Chesapeake. As we go on over to areas closer to the 95 corridor, Drewryville, Boykins, Murfreesboro, seeing a heavy snow band over you guys right now, even same around Franklin and Black Creek, and that is continuing to push further off towards the north. Mount Rose, Hertford, Mittensville, seeing some heavier snow in your area as well, but over by Elizabeth City, Gregory, Water Lily, Knott's Island, some pretty light snow in this area. But again, down to the south, we are seeing those heavier bands moving off towards the north. We are seeing, again, that dry pocket starting to fill in a bit in areas around the Outer Banks, seeing some good snow falling down in Kill Devil Hills. Same around Alligator with that really dark blue and some light snow around Rodanthe and Stumpy Point. But again, as we zoom on out, we've been starting to see that snow really filling on in, getting closer and closer to the radar, which is great news. The air is finally getting more saturated, and a lot of this snow is finally starting to reach the ground. But we're really seeing that heavier snow closer to 95 and some lighter snow in areas around Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and Elizabeth City. But dew points have slowly but surely been climbing. Norfolk, we started around 4 this morning. And then now finally up to about 12 degrees. So the dew points and the actual air temperature finally getting closer together. That air is getting more saturated. So you're not really seeing virga anymore in some of these spots. The snowflakes are actually reaching from the ground or from the atmosphere of the clouds down into the surface and not evaporating on the way down. Up to about 18 degrees in Moyock, 14 degrees in Portsmouth. And over the next couple of hours, we'll most likely see the heaviest of snow bands around the south side into eastern North Carolina and lighter snow areas off towards the north. And then as we head into the early morning on Sunday, we start to see this pushing on out, and we'll be waking up with mostly cloudy skies. But it is a very cold afternoon. We are only in the low 20s, 22 degrees. Over in Wachapreague, it's 21 in Stingray Point, 20 in Gloucester, 22 in Cape Charles. It's 21 in Seaford, 22 in downtown Newport News. Lee Hall sitting at 21 degrees, 21 in Smithfield, and 22 over in Rushmere. As we take a look at the south side, we are stuck again in the mid to low 20s, 24 at the ocean front. Driver sitting at 22 degrees. The airport, Norfolk International Airport at 22 degrees. Same around Chesapeake, Suffolk at 21 degrees. Windsor sitting at 22, 22 in Holland, and 21 in Central Hill. North Carolina, 18 in Ahoskie. Weeksville sitting at 23 degrees. The only spot in the 30s right now are over by the Outer Banks. It's 32 in Kitty Hawk, 30 in Kill Devil Hills, and 31 over in Nags Head. But again, we still have those winter storm warnings up for the south side down into eastern North Carolina. And then we have winter weather advisories for our northern areas, including Williamsburg, the Middle Peninsula, and up into the northern half of the eastern shore. But we also have very windy conditions. We have high wind warnings up for the eastern shore, down through the coast into Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and into eastern North Carolina through the Outer Banks, where we could see gusts 50+ miles an hour. Right now, they're gusting to about 30 miles an hour, 33 in Norfolk, close to 40 in Elizabeth City, gusting to about 36 in Manio, 26 in Hampton, 24 in Suffolk, 18 in Franklin, and it is making it feel frigid outside. It feels like 6 in Norfolk, 21 in Gloucester, it feels like 8 in Chesapeake, 22 in Virginia Beach, feels like 6 in Matthews, and 5 over in Elizabeth City. And it's going to continue to get colder and colder heading into tomorrow morning. We do have an extreme cold warning in effect because by tomorrow, 7 o'clock, say you're stepping out the door, it's going to be feeling like 0 to 5 below 0. A lot of us will be waking up with wind chills well below 0. As we take a look here, we do have coastal flood warnings in effect for the southern portions of the eastern shore into Norfolk and Virginia Beach, and coastal flood warnings as well for the Outer Banks as we head into our Sunday morning. So tidal flooding also still an issue for our area. But as we take a look at the impacts, the good news is just mainly a snow event. We're not going to be seeing ice, not going to be seeing sleet, and the snow is also going to be light and fluffy. So if you have to shovel it, it'll be much easier than that dense, wet snow that we usually see. Gusty winds as well, 50+ miles an hour, especially closer to the coast. And again, moderate to major tidal flooding. Here we go. As we take a look here at a Thompson Creek Window Company sky view, looking good as we overlook Town Point Park, seeing the snow really coming down. This is right around downtown Norfolk, so things are starting to look up for Team Snow guys. Are you excited that the snow is coming on down, or would you rather it be more sunny?
You know, I am excited to see it because, you know, we've been tracking this storm and I've been wanting to get some flakes. Something, you know, I feel like maybe Hampton Roads gets one good snowstorm a year. So I'm happy to see it, Hunter. And it's really coming down. I can pick up the flakes on the camera.
Right. It looks good outside. I mean, we could pick up, you know, a couple of inches in downtown Norfolk, especially at those higher amounts in eastern North Carolina. And in my full forecast in just a couple of minutes, I'll let you know how much we could expect.
What I think is funny, the people behind you walking onto the cruise ship, probably off to what, Bermuda, Bahamas, while we're here. Now that I wouldn't mind going with them to a vacation in the tropics, but hey. All right. Thanks so much, Hunter. So we know viewers across Hampton Roads have been dealing with dangerous roads, bitter cold. Our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed. We have Derek Lytle at Kitty Hawk Pier on the Outer Banks. Derek, what are conditions looking like right now?
Yeah, hey Dana, you know, we just jumped to the other side of the pier and it's blocking the wind a little bit for us, but I'll tell you, this is eerily similar to conditions I saw last time I was here for some of our hurricane coverage. Violent waves, so you can see it. I'll take you down this way to the beach a little bit. Snow on the beach now. You can see it here. We got some brave birds hunting for some food in the water. It's not where I would be right now. We got the fishing pole back in the car. But you know, the snow is starting to stick to the beach. Just over on that side, I was able to get a reading a couple minutes ago that the wind is now up to about 32 miles an hour. I talked to a gentleman that came to check it out on the pier, and weirdly enough, he says that they are going to catch a movie. So I guess the movie theaters are open still. Good to go see a flick in a weather like this. But the wind and sleet is starting to brush the wind this way, and you can see the violence of the waves. I'll take you over here. It's exactly similar to when we were here when all the homes were falling down. A lot of people checking into our hotel just now, staying here, are with some cleanup crews. They got the snow plows out already, so it seems like they're getting ready for you know, some clearing throughout the early night and into Sunday. But conditions are definitely picking up. I do want to get down the road here in a couple minutes, go check on things in Rodanthe, see how people are doing as we make our way through the Outer Banks down here. But definitely some conditions that are good for you to stay indoors and stay with a hot bowl of soup or something like that, Dana.
Yeah, a hot bowl of soup sounds great. And please do not get your fishing pole, Derek. I don't know, this is the day to go fishing. Looking at that rough surf behind you. I mean, the waves really are kicking up because of those winds. You mentioned more than 30 miles per hour now, and then seeing that snow accumulate on the dunes. Very dangerous out there. So we do appreciate you being the professional that you are, staying safe and giving us a look at what's happening out there down on the Outer Banks. Thank you so much, Derek. Go get warm.
Well, and to talk about those conditions too, he mentioned heading down to Rodanthe. Yeah. Obviously, the houses that have fallen in. Right. It's been such a big story that we've followed over the last couple of years. And it's this type of wind, when the winds get this heavy, when the water gets as choppy as it is, that's when I think the people down there start to have those little warning flags that start to go off. And, you know, the sensitivity to it starts to reach a little bit more of a heightened pressure.
Yeah, and we will be keeping an eye on those homes. You know, we're not sure what's going to happen, but we do see when there is weather like today, when the weather does get rough, as you mentioned, Madison, that's when we see those tragic incidents with these homes. So we're going to keep a close eye on what's going on down on the Outer Banks, that's for sure.
Well, and on top of that, like we've mentioned, we've got crews all over northeastern North Carolina that are watching these conditions. We just saw Derek there in Kitty Hawk, but I'm curious to see how things are looking in Elizabeth City. We took you there a little bit ago, and when we last spoke with Shane Fordham, who's our crew that's there right now, he was starting to see maybe a little bit of those flakes, but I'm curious to see more inland what conditions are looking like. Shane, if we've got you, we'd love to see what's happening with you now.
Well, Dana, Madison, for a second, it was coming down a little heavier than it was when I last spoke to you guys in terms of the snowfall, but it seems to have thinned out over the last few minutes or so right before you guys tossed to me. Now, Elizabeth City residents can expect anywhere between 6 to 9 inches of snowfall between tonight and early tomorrow. Now, it is expected to get worse, though. Throughout the day, the snow is expected to get worse as the snow continues to accumulate and stick to the ground. Hopefully, there will be enough snow to where I can make a little snowman for you guys to kind of show off the thickness of that snow this evening. But our other 2 News Now weather team says Elizabeth City and other parts of North Carolina will get hit much harder than Hampton Roads as a whole. Now, we are currently standing across from a Walmart, as you guys saw earlier, and guys, it's looked busy over there for hours. Shoppers I spoke to, regardless of how they feel about the weather and what they expect, they said they just wanted to stock up on supplies for the weekend and just be prepared for the coming storm. But apparently all shoppers in Elizabeth City had that same idea, as the shelves are looking pretty bleak over there.
They were actually really empty. When I went in there, it looked like a lot of the stuff was cleared out. You know, even hot chocolate. I think I got the last one. So
I was looking for like snow melt, like salt, definitely gone. Eggs, milk, stuff like that, just running low. Like if you want to get water and stuff like that, you should probably go now before this starts sticking in. You know, because people are in there and it's getting crazy.
Now, residents are advised to seek shelter and stay off of the roads. But guys, I think I'm gonna go head over to Walmart, grab a little Swiss Miss, grab a little Snuggie, make sure I'm nice and warm for the weather. Madison, Dana, you guys want anything while I'm in there?
You know, Swiss Miss sounds good. I'll take a hot chocolate, Shane. That sounds wonderful.
A little bit of it, some marshmallows if you don't mind. I like marshmallows.
Yeah, maybe a heated blanket. Sometimes they have those on sale. That'd be nice.
Shane might steal that for himself, though.
Right, give us the Snuggie. And he's got the heated blanket.
Yeah, right, definitely.
Yeah. All right, thanks so much, Shane. Be warm out there. And yeah, as Shane mentioned, we do have that snow accumulating down in North Carolina. So we do see those flakes, very powdery, very fine. We saw it in Derek's live shot as well. So things are starting to pick up. However, you know, I see the crowds at Walmart. This is not a panic buy situation. Well, you know, be prepared, but there's no need to rush to the stores and buy up all the bread and the milk and the paper products.
Yeah, and you hear that too. And you know, we already know that Elizabeth City and Pasquotank schools have said that they're going to be closed for Monday. And they were already getting ahead of those food precautions, sending children home with 4 box meals.
Nice,
so the schools are also taking precaution for the people. So, you know, you don't need to maybe make that trip to Walmart right now if you feel like you're in that mode where you do just need to go out and buy. Hey, maybe hold tight for a second as we watch conditions outplay.
All right, so as the winter weather moves through Hampton Roads this week, and emergency officials say now is the time to get ready both at home and on the roads.
Yeah, so Jordy Clark shows us now how to build a simple emergency kit using items that you might already have on hand while first responders prepare for what this storm could bring.
When a winter storm hits, emergency managers say having a kit ready can make all the difference. So let's build one together, starting with basic first aid. That means bandages, gauze, or even a hot and cold compress. That can help when roads are icy and help is delayed.
We've been working with our partners in emergency management as well as police and EMS to ensure we have our plans in place. So, you know, we're worried about wires down, we're worried about icy road conditions, so accidents, so obviously try to stay off the roads for that.
Officials say light and communication are also critical. A flashlight with extra batteries along with a phone charger or power bank can help you stay connected if the power goes out. Add water, non-perishable foods, medications, and supplies for pets if you have them. Important documents should also be kept in a waterproof bag.
And now that we have most of our essentials, let's go ahead and pack our bin.
And first responders say having those basics ready ahead of time can help make a real difference if conditions worsen.
But make sure you just have your home supplies, good water, those kind of things, and making sure you have all your backups and good communication with friends and family.
Emergency preparedness doesn't have to be complicated. Officials say having essentials like these all in one place can help you get through severe weather more safely. In Norfolk, Jordy Clark, 13 News Now.
Always good to have that on hand, and officials also recommend keeping a smaller emergency kit in your car. I do have the list. That includes a flashlight, a blanket, your phone charger, water, a first aid kit just in case. And that's if travel becomes necessary during the storm. But we are encouraging everyone to stay home, especially now that the snow is starting to fall. That's when the roads get very dangerous.
Of course. And if you want a little bit more specifics on what you need to have in that safety kit, I know Jordy just mentioned a slew of things. You did too, Dana. But we also have a list of those items on our website at 13newsnow.com. But as we're talking about what it is to get prepared, you know, people are out there hitting the roads. It's also interesting to hear a little bit about how gas prices have been impacted by the preparedness of this storm here. AAA Tidewater has sent out some numbers to us, and this week they said that gasoline demand has increased because people are filling up their cars ahead of the storm. We've been telling people all week, make sure that you've got enough gas in your car because of these temperatures, because of how cold it is, if you don't have enough gas in your tank, it could freeze a little bit. Some of those numbers that I thought were interesting, and Dana, if you don't mind chatting about it here for a second.
We've got all the time in the world.
Right. We're on streaming.
We're hanging out here, 13 News Now Plus. Let's chat.
Time is limitless. But those gas numbers right now, nationally, the gas average is sitting at $2.87 right now here in Hampton Roads. It's $2.92. So obviously this has jumped up a little bit. Ryan Adcock from AAA told us that those numbers are kind of wobbly because of demand. But this is what I think is interesting. So last year at this time in 2025, the national average for gas, $3.12.
Oh, wow.
Right. And right here in Hampton Roads, it was $3 last year. So we're a couple cents different compared to last year, even though we know that demand is ramping up.
Yeah. And this is the time when people get prepared for storms by filling up their cars.
Right. And
I did it too, guys. I won't lie to you. I went and I filled up my car this morning just in case. You never know.
And to think about the people who live in more rural parts that do have their own snow plows, that have their own dune buggies that they put the shovels on the front of. Those are also items that people are refilling too. So you've got to think about that as well.
Yeah, because we're all going to be out there on those roads trying to plow.
Right.
Once the storm clears, you're going to see VDOT out there, NCDOT. Those plows are going to be on the road trying to clear the streets for us so that you can drive safely. But for now, stay home.
And viewers have been sending us in video of the interstates right now. The people who were driving earlier, we're seeing dozens of those VDOT crews that were lining up against the roads right there. And last week, the commissioner said that they were going to have 10,000 moving vehicles out on the roads throughout the Commonwealth.
Oh, they're ready.
And that was just for last week. So think about this week, more of those centralized efforts that we spoke to. We heard from Virginia Beach, and throughout the week, we know that the area has about 250 snowplows. But for this storm alone, they're bringing in 200 extra.
Right.
So extra precaution, extra crews on the road.
Yeah, and I want to bring up, we talked about this earlier, that topic of snowcrete. So that snow and concrete merged together in one word. We heard that from the mayor of D.C. because we had that system last weekend, and that brought down a lot of snow and ice on the road. And what can happen is we get this accumulating effect where that freezes onto the road, then we have more snow that accumulates on top of it, and it becomes so hard that the plows can't really break through it. It can break the plows if they try to clear those roads. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this storm as that snow falls tonight, to see what happens tomorrow when those crews get out there to clear the roads.
Yeah, well, luckily we've got meteorologist Hunter Forst here with us, who's going to give a look at those conditions right now. And Hunter, how have things changed since we spoke to you last?
You know, Madison, I was just looking at that city of Suffolk cam that was right next to you guys just a couple minutes ago. And it looks like we're starting to see some accumulation in Suffolk out on the roads, on the grassy surfaces. So like you guys were saying, going to want to take it easy out on the roadways. And if you don't have to go out, it's not necessary to. But as we take a look here at our Thompson Creek Window Company Skyview, still seeing some of those flakes flying on down here in our Thompson Creek Window Company Skyview overlooking Town Point Park. Over the last 30 minutes or so, we've been seeing some light flakes here, and temperatures are cold. We are in the low 20s, 23 in Norfolk, 22 in Virginia Beach, 21 in Newport News and Suffolk, 22 in Elizabeth City, and it's 22 over in Chesapeake. Here's a look at our radar right now, really seeing that snow filling on in. If you love snow, this is what you like to see on the radar. We're seeing, again, these darker blues in our western areas. We're seeing some, moderate to heavy snowfall around Franklin and Hosky, even getting into areas around Suffolk, up into Wakefield as well. Finally starting to see some heavier snow bands trying to make their way into Elizabeth City and Edenton as well. We're just to the north of Nags Head. But right now, here in Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, seeing some very, very light snow. Not really seeing those heavier snow bands in the area right now, even a few dry spots. But maybe these ones here down to our south looking like they're going to continue to push northward. So we'll see our snow rates starting to pick up. To our north, probably seeing a good amount of snowflakes falling on down into the eastern shore. Same around Gloucester, Saluda, and Williamsburg. Poquoson seeing some light snowflakes falling down as well. Here we are around Norfolk, seeing these dry pockets here. but the whiter colors is light snow. The darker blues, heavier snow bands. But we're still seeing some snowflakes falling down here in downtown Norfolk, a little bit over into Virginia Beach and Woodhouse Corner. Same around Bear Quarter, but again, off to the west, Henry, Druryville, Boykins, seeing some heavy snow bands moving in through your area right now. Same around Bryant's Corner and Seaboard. Suffolk seeing some heavier snow coming down as well. Parker's Fork, Mittensville and Hertford. Hosky seeing a few good snow bands as well. Elizabeth City, compared to the last 30 minutes or so, starting to see those snowfall rates picking up a little bit because you guys were, where Boyac is right now in those lighter snow bands. So right now, Poplar Branch, Southern Shores, seeing a good amount of snow falling on down. Same around Rodanthe and Avon, and then still some heavy snow around Columbia, Gubneck, and Lake Landing as well. Over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see the snow filtering on into the region. Heaviest of bands from the south side down into eastern North Carolina. Lighter snow off towards the north. And then this will last as we head into this evening, moving out very early Sunday morning. And by the time you wake up, we'll just be waking up with mostly cloudy skies. And by the time, again, we get to about 7 o'clock, maybe a few lingering snowflakes in the Outer Banks, but most of us drying on out. Snow totals, unfortunately, have come down a bit because of that dry air really taking hold, but we could still see a couple of inches around the south side, more down into eastern North Carolina, 4 to maybe 8 inches around Nags Head, but less the further north you go. 1 to 2 inches here in blue around Hampton and the southern tip of the eastern shore, and then a trace to maybe an inch in areas further off towards the north. We can take a look right now at our 5-day forecast. We do have the weather impact alert again as we go through this evening and into our Sunday, but temperatures staying cold as we head into Monday, 37 degrees, but at least it'll be sunny. And then we finally get into the low 40s as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right. Thanks so much, Hunter. Thank you. We've been walking through this storm hour by hour, neighborhood by neighborhood.
Right, and right now we're going to tune in to meteorologist Julie Martin, who joins us on Shore Drive in Virginia Beach. Julie, thank you so much here for joining us on 13 News Now. We appreciate it. You look a little chilly out there at the beach. How are conditions where you are?
It is very windy and very cold here along the beach. No flakes here just yet. I'm on the southern end here of the Chesapeake Bay, but you'll notice the waters are pretty rough. We just saw a boat out there kind of struggling along, and very few people have made their way to venture out here onto the beach today. No surprise there. The wind chill feels like about 6 right now, and we're just kind of waiting here for the snow to really start to move in and see how much of that will work its way here to the coast. But already the cold and the wind are causing just some bitterly cold temperatures here, and expecting the winds to continue to really pick up throughout the evening. We could be gusting up around 50. So I've been saying this feels a lot more like maybe covering a tropical storm. However, we are in the middle of or end of January. So not the most pleasant of conditions out here. You'll notice here some ice on the ground. This is where folks would normally come and get the sand off of their feet, but not so much here in Virginia Beach. So right now, kind of waiting to see just how much snow will develop here. I know there have been a lot of dry pockets sort of peppered throughout, and it's kind of a difficult forecast, but some of that snow that's been ongoing there on the Outer Banks likely making its way toward us. So still dealing with some impacts this evening, and then tomorrow morning we'll be watching the coastal areas for any flood issues, coastal flood advisory, especially around high tide, which is around 8:30 tomorrow morning. So far right now it's just very cold and very windy here in Virginia Beach.
All right, thank you, Julie. We, again, appreciate you joining us to make sure that we've got a full spectrum of this coverage here. And we're going to have more of this coverage right after this break.
Welcome back to 13 News Now Plus, and thank you for joining us as we track this winter storm impacting Hampton Roads, northeast North Carolina. We've got the wind, tidal flooding, and snow. I'm Dana Smith.
And I'm Madison Schlegel. We'll have extended coverage here on 13 News Now Plus all afternoon and well into the night because we're covering what's happening, what's changing, and what it means for your family. We'll have live team coverage from all of these crews that you see here on the field. We've already heard from a handful of them. We've heard from Layla, Shane Fordham, Derek Ladle. We also saw Brianna a little bit for a second, too, and then some guest friends that we've got in for us from other places.
And they're doing an incredible job.
Yes,
what a team of professionals staying warm and safe out there and giving you a look at the conditions as they unfold.
Yeah, but let's toss things over to Layla Cox. She's been out there in the Outer Banks all day. And Layla, you've really been one of the crews that's been being hit the hardest. I mean, I could see the camera moving right there. I'm sure that's because of the wind that you guys are experiencing. So give us a look at what you're seeing right now.
Hey, Dana and Madison, that's right. We've been out here, Jaron and I, since 6 a.m. really seeing the developments of this winter storm system we've been tracking play out over the course of the morning and now the late afternoon. And I just want to say, guys, it's freezing out here and the wind gusts have been gradually picking up since we've been out here since 6 a.m. If I can show you the road conditions at this moment, because I know Derek is showing you guys the coastal elements, they're starting to see some traction onto the roadways, although we haven't been seeing crews salt and brine them. The slush on the roads is really starting to pile up as this snow accumulation we've experiencing right now. If I turn you around over here, guys, you'll see the snow accumulation in the parking lot. Excuse me. It's just been so amazing seeing the trajectory of this storm really play out just on the first day. It's only Saturday, guys, and these bitter cold conditions and high wind gusts are going to pick up into tonight, into tomorrow, and possibly into the work week. Now, the wind just died down just for that brief moment. We're over here by the Roanoke Sound body of water where as we got closer just a few hours ago, you see the wind really picking up on the water, and also the snow with the blizzard conditions really picking up as well. Now, we've seen a few salt crews coming by back and forth on this main road just to keep up the salt and brining. We've seen a few cars driving by, but Governor Josh Stein and all of Dare County Emergency Management Services are urging people to really stay off the roads, especially with the wind gusts picking up and just the bitter coldness, just the temperatures lowering. We're not expected to see above freezing temperatures until next week, so what's here right now is really going to stay. But for now, live in Nax, North Carolina, Layla Cox, 13 News Now. Please stay warm, guys.
You too, Layla.
Yeah, Layla, please, please.
You are battling the elements out there. Go get in the car. No need to stay. Go get in the car. Turn the heat up. Layla Cox for us battling those elements in Nags Head, North Carolina. You see that wind and the snow blowing horizontal into her.
Well, even last hour when we spoke to her, we saw the difference in the wind there. It was sticking half to her, and then the other half the wind was kind of taking away. But it looked like when you saw her there, that wind was just completely...
She was getting tossed around.
Completely whipping away all the snow accumulation we even saw on her compared to last hour. So again, you can tell how this is an ever-changing system.
Yeah.
And to track more on that, we've got meteorologist Evan Stewart who joins us now for this hour. Evan, you guys have been talking about the swings that these models have been projecting. What are you guys looking at versus what we've kind of been seeing from our crews?
That's right. Well, right now things, we're seeing the snow in parts of Hampton Roads. And, last night when I was on, we saw the models starting to trend with that drier air moving in, and then all of a sudden, we lowered the totals a little bit, and we've lowered them a little bit more. And then people are like, oh my gosh, we're not going to get any snow. It's done. It's only 4 o'clock here on Saturday. We still have a ways to go. And you can see there is some heavy snow in quite a few spots here of Hampton Roads where we're seeing these darker blues. Now, the problem is the snow hole, so to speak, has really been situated here over Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, and Norfolk here as we have gone through the last couple of hours. This is a 3-hour loop here on radar. And you can sort of see how this hole here is starting to fill in. That's showing me that the atmosphere is starting to moisten because the radar is out here in Wakefield. And the farther you get away from the radar, the higher the beam goes up. So when you see that little hole around the radar site start to collapse, that's telling me that that snow is now reaching the ground. The column is starting to moisten, and we're seeing the snow already starting to stick in areas of Suffolk. And we've got snow that's fallen and is sticking to the ground up in Williamsburg. We'll take a look at those cameras in a moment. And we have seen the dew points come up. So the atmosphere is moistening. So, folks who were saying, an hour or two ago, oh, you guys, we're not getting any snow. What happened? We're not done yet with this. So, yes, we've lowered the totals, but we've still got, some heavy snow out there that's going on. And as we take a look at the peninsula, mainly light to moderate snow up here along 64 from Hampton and Newport News all the way up towards Williamsburg, over towards the middle peninsula. But this is Williamsburg. This is Colonial Williamsburg. This is the camera on top of the Capitol looking down Duke of Gloucester Street, and we've got accumulating snow there up in Williamsburg. You can see the updated picture here coming in. So this, we are seeing that snow start to accumulate even in some of our northern areas, not so much right now in Hampton with our camera there at the Virginia Air and Space Science Center. And as we head over towards the eastern shore, you can see some of that light snow as well. Looking down towards the south side, again, very, very light atmosphere, still dry here through Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth, and Virginia Beach. We have seen a few flurries and a few snowflakes, but we are seeing some heavier snow back through Suffolk, and it's really coming down here back through Southampton County, and we do have accumulating snows there as well, and down through northeastern North Carolina. Look at this heavy band that is setting up along the Albemarle Sound, and this is going to continue to lift north and hopefully continue to erode that dry air that is across parts of the south side in some of our biggest cities. Well, we have seen that snow again coming down here along the outer banks of North Carolina over towards the Wright Memorial. We were seeing a pretty much obscured camera view there coming in. Let's go back to that and see if it'll come up here. It takes a little while for that video to load up, but we were seeing, down here towards the outer banks as you get towards Nags Head, Kill Devil Hills, and up towards Southern Shore, some of that heavier snow here right along the Albemarle Sound, and it doesn't look like that's going to load. As we go a little bit farther to the south, we're seeing some snow all the way down towards Rodanthe and Salvo. So, we still have several hours to go, and, we weren't calling for the snow to even come to an end until, early tomorrow morning. So we're not done with this yet. It's only, again, 4:12 into the afternoon. As you can see, everything here continuing to lift north. And if we get that heavier band coming through with the dry air and the cold air, that's going to continue to moisten up the column, and we'll see how things continue to transpire. Look at these temperatures. It's 17 right now in Wakefield. That's your air temperature coming in there in Wakefield. Snow being reported, northeasterly winds at 5 miles per hour, and the humidity 84%, so it's coming up. We had dew points that were down around 0 a little bit earlier this afternoon in Chesapeake. Right now we're at 22, and we have a dew point of 10, so it has come up. And as we get those a little bit closer, we'll be able to get that snow to fall to the ground. Elizabeth City right now, 22 as far as the temperature goes. And as we take a look there at the dew point, 15, so we are getting the snow to the ground there. 30 right now down in Manio. Virginia Beach, 23. Humidity 55%, dew point 9. That's why the snow is not quite reaching the ground just yet. And this is our latest snowfall forecast. Again, we have lowered those numbers a little bit, but now we're actually a little concerned that we might the storm might overproduce here across portions of the peninsula, as we already have a trace of snow on the ground. Got that snow hole that's set up here over parts of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach. We're still going 1 to 2 through parts of the peninsula, interior south side, and 2 to 4 as we get closer to the state line, and the higher totals down across northeastern North Carolina. And that's certainly going to verify. We were confident there, and we were fairly confident, off towards the north that dry air was going to work its way in. And it was sort of on the peninsula last night that we were saying, we were getting a little iffy there. And, through the south side as well. And it was just, where was that dry air really just going to overcome the precipitation? So we still have a ways to go here as we go through this evening with some of our, snowfall totals coming in. Here's what it looks like on Futurecast as we go here through the remainder of the afternoon. We're starting to see that snow lift off towards the north, and there'll still be some heavier snow as we get here towards 11 o'clock this evening and into the early part of the overnight before the storm starts to exit off towards the east. And again, the other concern, we've got the windy conditions. You've seen those. We're going to have bitterly cold wind chills down below 0 tomorrow morning, and we're watching those tide levels. They have come down a little bit, but we're still looking at some minor tidal flooding at Sewell's Point, major at Lynn Haven Inlet, and major tidal flooding down along the outer banks of North Carolina. We've lost one of the cameras here just recently, but you can see here towards Ocracoke, some of the snow there. And there is concern for overwash here along the canal zone, and you can see they're already starting to rebuild some of those dunes there as well. Of course, the whole weather team is here. We've been here hour by hour, and we'll be here throughout the evening, and we'll have a lot more on this storm coming up in just a few minutes.
Thanks so much for keeping an eye on this for us, Evan, taking a look at all of those changes, especially on NC-12 in the Outer Banks. And we're also keeping an eye on power outages and what can happen as this storm progresses. So crews with Dominion Energy, they have been taking extra steps all week to make sure your lights and your heat stay on during the storm.
Yeah, that's right. Ice accumulating and snow and gusty winds could impact power lines across the area. Here now with more on what utility companies are expecting during this storm, we've got Tim Eberle with Dominion Energy. And Tim, we spoke to you last week as well. Do you mind giving us a little bit of a snapshot? Last week, you guys were worried about that ice on those power lines freezing. Yeah. But this week, it's more of that fluffy snow that's going to be piling up on power lines.
Well, actually, the snow for this storm is not much of a concern for us. What really is the concern is the wind, coupled with the extremely cold weather. So for us, operationally, in terms of outages, the real danger spot is when the winds really start to pick up. So our main concern for this weekend is starting around 9 p.m. tonight, going through about 11 a.m. tomorrow, with our peak right around about 4 a.m. in terms of the greatest potential for outages. The snow, thankfully, is as you guys have talked about, the forecast has gotten more and more favorable. But even when we were looking at 10 inches or 12 inches, the real concern for us in this type of weather event are those high winds that take out tree limbs and power lines. When we're talking sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour and those gusts that get up to, now we're looking at 45 to 55, but a couple days ago it was more in the approaching 70. But we still are looking at potentially significant power outages, mainly focused in the Hampton Roads, northeastern North Carolina area.
And Tim, you guys do such a good job with all the data that you have, and people at home have the ability to go track outages too online. I think last week you did a really good job of explaining to us that right now we'll see some outages happening right now on the map, but that's not necessarily due to the storm right now. That's kind of a typical number that you guys have.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a couple outages today, nothing major. One thing that is important to note is that while the winds are the top concern for us and are going to be likely the greatest cause of outages, extreme cold weather does cause outage issues too. And so as you guys know right now, it is very cold outside. And so there is potential for outages today and over the ensuing few days just because of this extreme cold weather. I also wanted to mention that there are some areas that still have ice on trees from last weekend's storm. And so those tree limbs are brittle, and they, when they get some strong winds, some of these gusts, 55 miles per hour, or even sustained winds, they are very much in danger of falling on power lines and taking out, and causing outages and taking out power for folks. So last week's storm could very much also, to a certain degree, affect this week's storm. But really, what we're most concerned about is the wind.
Right. Now, Tim, you mentioned you guys are anticipating possible power outages because of the wind, because of the ice, because of the cold. I know your crews work so hard through all conditions, but if power does go out, how long realistically should customers expect their lights and heat to be out? And that might be a hard question to answer, but is there an estimate or a time frame in situations like this?
No, it's really, it depends on the outage, depends on the equipment that failed or how severe the lines are damaged. So there's not like a one size fits all answer for that. But what I can tell you is that we have hundreds of crews ready to respond to outages today and this evening. And I think we've talked to you guys in the past about how we strategically placed them in areas where we're expecting the highest number of outages. And for this storm, that's Hampton Roads, that's northeastern North Carolina and the Outer Banks. And so we're expecting Virginia Beach and Norfolk to be our greatest cause for concern for this particular outage, for this particular storm in terms of outages. So we have hundreds of crews ready to respond. And there are issues with bad weather, with snow, making travel conditions difficult for crews to get to power lines. When we have sustained winds that are 30 miles per hour or greater, it makes it difficult for us to repair lines. So sometimes crews can't actually do the repairs until the winds calm down a little bit. So there are weather issues that do affect repairs. But we have hundreds of folks ready to respond. And just like last week, we've had a number of days to prepare for this, and we're ready to go.
And Tim, you alluded to it a little bit right there in your answer, but I mean, in the information that you guys have sent along to us, you guys are making sure that your crews are being just as safe as we're making sure that our reporters are safe out there in the field. And it looks like you guys stop those bucket lifts to do those repairs when those wind totals get too high.
Yes, absolutely. North of 30 miles per hour, sustained winds, if they are consistently blowing at that pace, it's not safe for crews to be up in those bucket trucks repairing lines. And so we have to hold off and wait for the winds to die down until they're consistently at a lower rate. Thankfully, in the last 24 hours, the wind forecast has changed somewhat favorably for us. But we're still looking at sustained winds that are pretty high. And so that's why we have this time frame from 9 p.m. to 11 that is our greatest threat for outages. But like I said, we've got hundreds of folks ready to respond, and that is going to very much help in terms of response time and how quickly these outages get repairs, because we have the resources that are in Hampton Roads. Last week, we were expecting other regions of the state to get hit worse, and as you saw, the forecast tweaked a little bit, and the storm we got a little bit of a pass on the storm. But Hampton Roads got hit a little bit worse than we were expecting last week. This week, we're expecting it to be exclusively Hampton Roads in northeastern North Carolina. Very little impact, very little to no impacts in Richmond and elsewhere in our service territory. And so those resources are deploying here for this storm. So they'll be here, ready to respond.
Excellent. I know you guys are keeping a close eye on this storm. And just a reminder for customers, how can they report those outages, those downed power lines? What's the best way to do that?
So you can go to the Dominion Energy app. You can also call us at 866-DOM-HELP. And you can also report outages and also check, the status of your outages on the app or on our website, dominionenergy.com. The easiest way I would recommend is the app, but either three are fine. We also ask that you don't assume that your neighbors have reported outages or a fallen power line, that everyone who comes across has an outage or sees a down power line, that you assume that it has not been reported, so we can find out about it as soon as possible and get out and respond.
Excellent. Of course. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. I know you are very busy today monitoring these conditions and any possible outages, so we do appreciate you taking the time. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll be right back after a quick break. We'll have more details on this winter storm impacting Hampton Roads in northeast North Carolina. All right, welcome back to 13 News Now Plus. We're tracking this winter storm, and when storms hit, you can rely on us, 13 News Now, to be there as that weather happens.
We're turning now to Brittany Miller, who's in our Weather Impact Interceptor. She's checking out road conditions in Chesapeake. And Brittany, right now you're on the Chesapeake Expressway, which we've learned is one of those priority roads for crews who are out there in Chesapeake. What are roads looking like?
Well, the roads, Madison, Dana, are pretty clear right now. I'm going to give you a look at what it looks like outside of the car. These are actually the most cars in front of us that we've seen since we've been heading this way. We've been on the road about 30 minutes, and this is the most cars that have been in front of us the entire time. So the roads have been pretty bare when it comes to people. And as far as any conditions, we're not seeing much. We started our trip in Norfolk, where we're seeing some snowflakes, but not much of anything since we've gotten further south. Now, what we have seen a good bit of are gonna be those plow trucks. Just a few minutes ago, right before you guys took me, we had a line of plow trucks on the driver's side heading up north, maybe about 5 or 6 of them, all still salting the roadway. So, and then when we first got on 464, we drove past a number of trucks that were staged getting ready to plow when that becomes time when it's time for that. So the conditions out here, still not a whole lot of anything just yet. You can see out on the road, though, the salt that those crews have laid down. So Chesapeake definitely making this roadway a priority. We'll continue to head further south. We're getting closer and closer to North Carolina to see what conditions look like as we continue to move through Hampton Roads. And we'll, of course, keep you guys updated.
Thanks so much, Brittany. Stay safe out there on those roadways. I know that road conditions can get very dangerous as this weather happens, as the snow comes down.
And we're starting to see a little bit of it right there accumulating on the roads now. So we want to turn to Cheryl Nelson, who's here checking on traffic for us. Cheryl, you've been showing us conditions all across the 757 and in the Outer Banks. Now that we're starting to see that snow come down, are you starting to see it on your cams?
I am starting to see more of that snow sticking to the roadways too. So I'm going to do a tour and show you what's going on outside right now. As we start to lose that daytime light that we have, the roads likely will get more dicey and slippery. Things will worsen as we go into the evening, especially as snow picks up in some areas. So no incidents to report. That is the good news right now. But I do want to talk about this. The visibility tells a story. So the visibility, we have snow coming down in some areas, right? We also have a lot of wind, and that is limiting visibilities in some areas. I'm showing you this because where the visibility is low, this is also where we have that snow falling and the impacts on the roadways. So visibility down to 1 mile in Ahoskie, half a mile in Roanoke Rapids and Emporia, quarter of a mile in Wakefield right now. We have some heavy banding going on in this part of the region, 1.5 miles in Williamsburg. So really, this is where it's been centralized. Also parts of the Outer Banks, half a mile visibility in Manteo. So now I want to show you how that correlates with what is happening on the radar. Where you see the darker blue colors, that is the snow coming down. So you can see some heavier banding there back near Franklin, also parts of Suffolk, even Williamsburg getting in on some of that action as well. So Williamsburg, I'll show you in a second, has some snow impacting the area too. Going down to the Outer Banks, yeah, look at this. These darker blue colors, they are really getting some snow coming down there. Parts of the Outer Banks duck all the way down to Kill Devil Hills. And where you see the orange and red on some of the traffic maps, that is traffic slowing down because of that snow and the wind blowing everything around, taking that visibility down as I showed you. Now, this is a look at Kitty Hawk. Wow, Route 158 there. Look at this. I would not want to be driving out here right now. This is going to turn into a slip and slide. Certainly having some issues with the snow. You can even see it blowing across some of the roads on that still frame there. So that's a look at the Outer Banks at this time. And then I wanted to show you this. This is from VDOT. So this is the map that they have that shows where they are seeing the snow impacting the roads right now. So where you see this turquoise color there, this is minor issues on the roadways, but essentially this correlates with where the heavier snow is falling. So really, you go to the west of Isle of Wight over to Waverly, Sussex, Cortland, and also in Franklin down to Emporia along the I-95 corridor. That's where you're seeing a lot of those road issues at this time. Now, here's some of the cameras that I mentioned. This is the city of Suffolk. You can see the snow starting to stick across parts of there, even on some of the roadways there. And this guy crossing across some of it. Hope he's not sliding. No, he's turning. Okay, that's good. I didn't know for a second if he was going to go slip and sliding off the road there.
Very good.
Yes, and then the next one we have, this is a look at Williamsburg, and you can see the snow certainly accumulating there on the grass. Looks like the roads are still okay right now in Williamsburg, but likely this will continue to worsen as well. Finally, some winter driving tips. If you do have to be out and about, but we would like you to stay home, stay safe, check your tires, make sure you have adequate tire pressure. Also, remove any of that ice and snow, especially from the roof of your vehicle. You can get a ticket for that. It can also become a flying projectile at the driver behind you. So stay safe, and also don't tailgate the plows. Give them plenty of room. And finally, if you do get into a skid, take your foot off of the gas, try not to brake, and then turn in the direction you would like the vehicle to go. All right, that's all I have for right now. Back to you, Madison, Dana.
All right, thanks so much, Cheryl. Cheryl, always doing a great job. As we mentioned earlier, you are a meteorologist, you're an expert in travel, disaster preparedness expert, keeping an eye on those roads. And I'm glad you mentioned that about clearing off the car. That is a pet peeve of mine. When I see those cars out there and the snow is like 3 inches thick on top of their car, please clear that off, guys.
Yes, because it compacts, it becomes ice, and then you get a block of ice coming at your windshield.
Exactly.
Oh, you don't want that.
Oh my gosh, I hate that so much. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Well, we've got meteorologist Evan Stewart here with us now. And Evan, we just want to talk with you a little bit here for a second. You know, people have that app on their phone where they can check the weather. You know, they can get the forecast, it seems like, at their fingertips.
Right.
But you guys have been doing a really good job at taking a look at the reality of what these models are looking like. So just mind talking to us a little bit about what people are seeing and maybe some of the disagreements in the models that you guys have been projecting as well?
That's right. And, you know, we occasionally show the computer models and show those snowfall forecasts, and you'll see how all three of them are different. Well, which app or which model is your app using? You don't know. And those models are run, you know, some of them every few hours, some of them, you know, 4 times a day. And, you know, if you just happen to watch one run where a model does a little bit of a flip-flop, you might get a different, you know, snowfall forecast. And I'm sure folks were out there, you know, saying, oh, it's saying 8 inches, now it's saying 1 inch, now it's saying 6, you know, and just in the span of a few hours. So the apps are basically just pure models. You know, it's what we look at, but we look at the models and we put together a forecast, and that's what we do. That's what VDOT does. That's what Carnival Cruise Line does. That's what, you know, Dominion Power does. That's what your cities do. They have meteorologists who make those forecasts. And of course, we all, you know, work with our partners at the National Weather Service out in Wakefield, which is where our radar sweep is located. Now, as we take a look at radar live, we're seeing more of the darker blues here starting to show up across the area. And this is a loop over the last 3 hours. And notice, you know, we had that snow hole a little bit earlier that I was talking about as the air in the atmosphere is starting to moisten up. And, you know, we went from a lot, you know, of the lighter white, and we're starting to see more of the darker blues. So that's the heavier snow that's coming down. And as you saw with Cheryl, she was showing you some of those visibilities. That's another good way to track where the snow is coming down. And, you know, we've got this heavy band that's lifting through northeastern North Carolina that is going to come up here over Chesapeake and Virginia Beach. So we are going to get the snow here in parts of the south side as well. And we've seen snow already accumulating up across portions of the peninsula as well. And see, it's fairly light here, all the way from Hampton up 64 towards Williamsburg, James City County, York County, over towards Gloucester along the York River, Yorktown. And as we take a look at Colonial Williamsburg, this is courtesy of colonialwilliamsburg.org, the camera on top of the Capitol building, looking up Duke of Gloucester Street, and you can see the snow is accumulating there. We'll have a few other cameras coming in from Williamsburg here in a little while, but again, we do have that accumulating snow. It's on the road. Of course, it's Duke of Gloucester Street, so it's not a traditional paved road that will be treated, but we do have that accumulating snow there up in Williamsburg, and we still have some light snow, not seeing much of anything here in Hampton, maybe just a little bit trying to show up in a couple of spots, but right now, things very different. And we mentioned yesterday, we said you could go up and down the peninsula and it will be very different. It will be very different from neighborhood to neighborhood. And, that's what we're seeing right now, certainly across the peninsula. As we get into the south side, some lighter snow, but we're starting to see some of the darker blues down here out towards Back Bay. That's that next band that is lifting northward. And certainly through Isle of Wight County, Franklin, Southampton County, we've got some of that heavier snow coming in. And there's that heavier band right now from Poplar Branch over towards Winslow along the Albemarle Sound, getting a little bit of a break over towards Kill Devil Hills. But now the camera's working, and this is the Wright Memorial, the monument camera. And you can see the snow coming down along the Outer Banks of North Carolina as well. And we've seen that with our crews along the Outer Banks. A little bit farther south, we're not seeing as much towards Rodanthe, Salvo, and Avon. But once you get here around Oregon Inlet, take a look there here in a moment on one of our cameras, that, we are seeing some snow. So we still have, hours to go here through this evening that we're going to see the snow continue to fall. Just because we've lowered the numbers a little bit doesn't mean that we're totally writing this thing off and that we're not going to get, accumulating snows. And we've already seen that. And we still have hours and hours to go as we go through the evening. The one thing we were talking about, the dew points, how the dry air was coming in. What is the dew point? Well, the dew point is the number you have to reach for condensation to form. Traditionally, if it's above freezing, it's dew. If it's below freezing, I guess technically it's the frost point. At 23 degrees at Norfolk International, that dew point has now come up to 13. Humidity 65%. Humidity is not the most important number, it's the dew point. So we've got what we call a 10-degree dew point depression. We want that to be certainly smaller to get the snow to really start to come down. Franklin right now at 18 degrees, 13 is the dew point, so only a 5-degree dew point depression. So that's why we're seeing the snow coming down a little bit better right now in Franklin. You can see Manio currently sitting at 30 degrees. Dew point is 28, so a 2 degree dew point depression. So the better chances for the snows down here through eastern North Carolina. Currituck 19, temperature 25, and we are seeing the snow right now coming through Currituck. So we have lowered, again, the numbers a little bit, but we're still looking at an inch or two up across the peninsula, 2 to 4 across the south side, and 4 to 8 through northeastern North Carolina. Coastal areas, where we've seen the dry air for the past couple of hours, especially through this little hole around Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Norfolk, and Virginia Beach, we're starting to see that fill in a little bit in spots as well. And notice, those bands lifting northward here as we go through the evening. This latest run of Futurecast, pretty good at bringing in some of that snow here, even into the south side and up towards the peninsula as well. Everything clearing out by tomorrow morning. The other big concern, we've been mentioning those gusty winds. Some issues with tides. These numbers have come down just a little bit as well. Again, some minor tidal flooding at Sewell's Point, but still major at Lynn Haven Inlet and down along the Outer Banks of North Carolina towards Duck. And here you can see on some of the cameras, this is Oregon Inlet South, and you can hardly see the road with some of the blowing sand. And we have seen the crews there along Highway 12 around the canal zone, pushing up some of those sand dunes, sort of reinforcing those dunes along the roadways. And you can see the snow here down towards Ocracoke. So that's right there, again, right along the Outer Banks. So the forecast, we still have our weather impact alert. That'll go through tomorrow morning, 26 degrees, sunny and 37 on Monday. And then we're into the 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday, and another push of colder air coming in for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with highs back in the 30s.
All right, thanks so much, Evan, for keeping an eye on that for us. And before we take a break, we want to get a look at this crazy video. We have some extraordinary measures that crews in Virginia Beach are taking to combat the deep freeze.
Right, and we're showing you some of this crazy video that we've got here. That's a deep freeze that we've got. Workers are spotting using blow torches to melt this thick layer of ice off of a public water fountain there, and it's just so striking to see. I mean, we've been telling you about how cold it is, and there they are using those blow torches to melt that ice. And with the cold temperatures, instances like this could go from just interesting to see to potentially dangerous, and that's why we've been telling drivers to stay off the road. And you can see the Cavalier right there. And so this is right here in Virginia Beach, right near the ocean front, and we've got some of those buildings that might be blocking some of that wind, but it just goes to show you how when those temperatures blow through, it can be so frigid and cold. And we'll be right back after the break with more of our continuing coverage on this winter weather with our crews from across the 757 and the OBX. We'll be right back.
batteries.
Yeah, Reba,
hello.
Reba changed the batteries.
That was weird. Yeah, she changed the batteries and then she turned it back on and checked it, and it was on.
Yeah, she checked it. It was on.
And it was on. All right, we're back and my mic's working now, so that's good.
Glad it's working.
We can now hear ourselves and me, so that's good. All right, let's get right back into it. We're tracking this winter weather. We're seeing it in Hampton Roads, but we are especially seeing it on the ground in North Carolina, northeast North Carolina. So Shane Fordham is in Elizabeth City. Shane, I see the flakes. They're starting to come down around you.
Yeah, Dana, Madison, these snowflakes are definitely dancing right now. The snowfall, and it feels like the wind has really picked up in the last hour or so since I last spoke to you guys. And again, like I said before, Elizabeth City residents can expect to see about at least 6 inches to 9 inches between this evening and early tomorrow morning, in addition to the freezing temperatures. I'm not sure if you can hear that wind right now kind of bouncing off my microphone, but just take a look at these snowflakes real quick. I mean, you can tell by how forceful the wind is, just kind of how these snowflakes seems like they're coming right at us, right towards where we are standing in this parking lot across from this shopping center here. Now, even though it doesn't look quite as bad right now in terms of buildup, it is definitely expected to get worse throughout this evening as the snow continues to accumulate. But it is definitely cold right now regardless. Even though there isn't much snow on the ground, it is freezing out here right now, sitting at 26 degrees. So if you're out, you should definitely start at least consider heading inside. Our 13 News Now weather team says Elizabeth City and other parts of North Carolina will definitely get hit harder by the storm than parts of Hampton Roads, as North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has issued a state of emergency for the second week in a row. Speaking of being out, I was able to speak with shoppers in this shopping center here across the street who told me both how they feel about the weather, but also how they plan on weathering the storm.
Kind of. I'm used to the cold weather, so not maybe as much as other people would, but extra supplies and then just making sure we have a kerosene heater ready to go.
Anything with snow is the worst for me. Like, I am from Georgia, so I don't like this weather at all. I'm gonna stay inside.
And that is what you are advised to do. Again, you're advised to seek shelter and stay off the roads if you can as soon as possible. Live in Elizabeth City, Shane Fordham, 13 News Now.
We do see a little bit of snow accumulation behind you, but the wind's definitely blowing it around, that's for sure. But the snow has been steadily falling in Elizabeth City for more than an hour now. So thanks so much, Shane, for keeping an eye on that. And cities across Hampton Roads are monitoring conditions, including Chesapeake.
So joining us now with more on their response plan is Elizabeth Vaughn with the city of Chesapeake. And Elizabeth, you guys really do have such a comprehensive strategy at the city there with how you guys approach snow. Do you mind giving us a little bit of a snapshot of where you are in that strategy right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So just like with you guys, all we can do is respond to what the forecasts tell us might come. So we've been ready since last night. We've got crews working 12-hour shifts. We've got nearly 40 trucks ready to go, about 4,000 tons of salt for this event. So we have everything that we need. And we've been prepping the roads up until now, and we're really just waiting for something to happen so that we can put those plows to use.
You say waiting for it to happen. We had one of our crews there in the Interceptor showing us conditions there on the Chesapeake Expressway, and we were starting to see some of that accumulation, but you guys really have a threshold that you have to meet before your crews can hit the road.
Yes, so our crews are out on the roads, and you might see them, but you're going to see them with their plows in the up position, right? So the plows don't really start working or doing anything productive until we have about 2 inches of accumulation on the road. So they'll be driving around, they're monitoring conditions. They're also practicing their routes, just like with everybody who put in the preparation work at home. That preparation is never wasted effort. So it gives our crews a chance to kind of practice their routes. And again, as soon as we reach around 2 inches, they'll start putting those plows down to really start clearing the roadways.
Yeah, you guys are dealing with that bitterly cold weather, though, and I know you guys have some closures. So parks are closed. Can you run us through what residents should know about what's happening around the city?
Yeah, we made the decision yesterday to go ahead and close all of our community centers, libraries, and animal services. Those are the facilities that generally have weekend hours. So just kind of out of an abundance of caution, not knowing what might come, we went ahead and closed those for the weekend.
Right. And what do you want residents to know, especially when it comes to just staying safe? We hear a lot of concern about pipes, especially those older homes in Chesapeake. What should residents know? Are we still dripping the faucets, as this weather continues to get colder and colder?
Oh my gosh, yes. So our public utilities crews have actually already responded to several issues on both the city side of the water system and on private side. So absolutely continue to drip those faucets. If you notice something's off about the water in your home, maybe you're getting not quite as strong of a flow, or you're not getting anything at all, find that shutoff valve in your home, turn it off, and give public utilities a call, because they'll be able to come by and turn it off at the meter, and then you can kind of start troubleshooting, because sometimes you don't know where the frozen part is. So your best bet is to turn it off at your shutoff valve and then give us a call.
Well, and it's all about communication, too. Communication from the customers, calling you guys to let them know that they have issues, but also communication with the different agencies across, not even just Chesapeake, but across the entire Commonwealth. We know that you guys have been working with the Public Works crew, with all of the different departments like Parks and Rec and the Sheriff's Office. Over the last week, you've been having those conversations, but what have those conversations been looking like this week?
Yeah, we started the conversation about any kind of extreme weather several days out. So as soon as those forecasts start looking like something's coming, our emergency management team kind of gathers this whole group of leaders from throughout the city. And that includes folks from Public Works, Public Utilities, Parks, libraries, all of the players, all of our public safety folks, because they're out there as well. And we start having the conversation and making plans. In the city of Chesapeake, we have a really robust emergency response plan for a whole variety of things that can happen, and that includes all of these weather concerns that we're seeing now. So we have the plans in place. We practice them before we even need to, and it's scenarios like last weekend and this weekend that give us a little extra practice to make sure our plans are tight.
Right. And, in addition to the potential snow that we could see, there's also a risk for tidal flooding. And there are parts of Chesapeake that do get that as an issue. And with this cold weather, that can lead to ice. What do you want people to know about this issue of flooding?
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow morning, we're going to see some of the highest potential for tidal flooding. That's around 9-ish tomorrow morning. So that could bring a whole host of new fun, especially for people who want to be on the roads in the morning. If we're going to see flooded roadways, and it'll be the typical spots, most of the residents know where those areas are. When we say tidal flooding, they know where those spots are going to be. That could really cause some dangerous roadway conditions. So we're talking about bringing extra water during sub-freezing weather. Clearly, it's going to create slick conditions. And if we're also still dealing with snow at that time in the morning, again, it's really it's a great weekend to stay inside, stay off the roads if you can. We're still kind of waiting to see what might happen. But at the end of the day, why not take a weekend to just snuggle up and stay inside?
Yeah.
All right. What a time to take advantage of it. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us and telling us how Chesapeake is preparing. We appreciate it, and we hope to speak to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, and you heard it there. Obviously, Chesapeake preparing 40 crew trucks that they've got ready in order to respond to the roads, but they have to wait until about 2 inches of snow accumulate on the ground before they make any moves.
Right, and her giving that advice to people to just stay off the roads. Even if you don't see a lot of snow where you are right now, conditions change, and we've seen how rapidly conditions can change. And if you have that tidal flooding, you have that snow, you have that high wind, conditions can be very dangerous. So just stay home, get your hot cocoa, snuggle up right here, watch 13 News Now Plus. That's all you need to do.
I know, she said snuggle up out there. I was like, Dana and I are snuggling up on the desk
we
right
got
here.
you. This is a snuggle zone. We got you.
Well, we'll be right back with more extended coverage from our crews right after this break. Welcome back to 13 News Now Plus. We want you to take a look at these extraordinary measures that crews are doing right now in Virginia Beach to kind of get ahead some of the deep freezing that workers were spotted doing right now. As you can see, this is right in front of the Cavalier and right over there.
That's insane.
Yeah,
incredible.
Look at that. Dana, talk a little bit more about this.
So this is right by the Cavalier. Why we want to show this is because look at that.
That's what I was waiting for.
It's a blowtorch. They're using a blowtorch to melt the ice. Now, I would say this is kind of dangerous, but I mean, if it works, it works.
Right.
It might just be ingenuity.
Well, it goes to show you the extreme measures that crews are taking out there. I mean, we're telling you to be safe, and the wind and the cold air out there.
That's incredible.
Mountains freezing over.
That is an incredible sight to see just how cold, just how powerful this storm is, that cold, sub-freezing weather can freeze the fountain by the Cavalier. Wow.
And it's happening before we're seeing any real major accumulation of snow in Virginia Beach either. So even though we're telling people, stay home, don't be on the roads, and they're wondering where are those impacts being seen then? Well, it just shows you that that open water that you do have is freezing over in these conditions.
Right. So we know viewers across Hampton Roads have been dealing with these dangerous roads, bitter cold, and our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed. We do have Emily Harrison at the Virginia Beach oceanfront. Emily, we just saw a frozen fountain just a few blocks from you. So I know you're feeling the cold right now. What are conditions like?
Dana, Madison, I have to be honest with you. I am very jealous of that blowtorch. I think it could be very useful right about where I'm standing, because the only way I can describe the conditions right now are absolutely frigid. It is so cold out here, and it's made worse by the wind. Take a look at this ocean out here. You can see just how much the wind is pushing it to shore right now. I know Evan said earlier that the temperatures were about 23 degrees, but I want to tell you, as boots on the ground standing out here, it feels so much worse. I am wearing my jacket, my gloves, snow pants, snow boots, and the wind still cuts right through you to the point that there's barely anybody here on the boardwalk. I've never seen it this empty. I've seen a few stragglers come on out here to take in the wind, the conditions, and then they park themselves over into that parking lot over there so they can get some badly needed warmth. it's almost like a test of bravery to get out here. But other than that, I'm not seeing a lot of precipitation. We saw a few flurries earlier on today, but that kind of faded away. The biggest concern that I have right now is the hypothermia, because it is so unbelievably frigid with this cold air blowing into your face. So that is the current conditions for right now. We've even seen Virginia Beach police patrolling up and down this boardwalk. I talked to city leaders yesterday about how they were preparing for this storm. The mayor, Bobby Dyer, told me that they're going to prepare the same way that they prepared for every single storm, which is with confidence and preparation. We know that there are so many men and women who are out on the streets getting ready for any snowfall that could come. But for now, my biggest concern for both my hair, my nose, and my eyes is probably this cold. So live at the oceanfront, I'm Emily Harrison, 13 News Now.
We're going to have to call some crews with those blowtorches down to Emily.
Help her warm up a little bit. Emily, thank you so much. You're being such a professional, such a trooper, giving us a look at those conditions and staying warm. Please go get in the car because it is cold out there, freezing the water on a water fountain. So we do appreciate you giving us that firsthand look at how things are.
Speaking of cars, you know, we've been telling you about the conditions on the road, but also some agencies around here in Hampton Roads are suspending service right now. So Hampton Roads Transit has suspended service early today, so all services are suspended tomorrow as well, and limited snow routes are planned for Monday. Now, HRT will announce any of those updated snow routes tomorrow.
Right, and they're going to have plows clearing any snow that might accumulate. So if you're in Norfolk and you want to move your car off the street, all city garages and lots are open except the Cedar Grove lot. Parking is free and it will remain free until Tuesday at 6 p.m. Downtown ambassadors spent yesterday and this morning pre-treating areas. And after the snow falls, they'll work on that snow removal. The city already suspended street parking at several major streets downtown. Weather conditions may warrant changes in accessible parking lots, so just stay tuned for those updates. And definitely, we're starting to see that in Norfolk. So earlier, it was a flip. So Norfolk was dry because we had those dry conditions in the sky. So the snow was falling, as our meteorologist said, but we weren't seeing that snow on the ground for the first few hours of the day.
Well, you mentioned that too, Dana. We actually just got an email from the city of Norfolk updating some of their conditions right now. And they said because of the winter weather right now, they're opening winter overflow. Well, they're right now starting a winter overflow warning. So they're starting to open some of their shelters for people who are in some of that weather. So if you need anywhere to go, the St. Mary's Catholic Church, that's on Chapel Street, has extended some of their services through Sunday night. So if you are one of those people who do need somewhere to go tonight, those arms will be wide open.
Yeah, because we've had these bitterly cold temperatures. It's been more than 80 hours where we have not got above freezing. It's the end of January, going into February, and it feels like it. But it feels like the Midwest. You know, we heard from NCDOT talking about it feels like North Dakota, not North Carolina, because of just how cold it is. Typically, we're in like the 50s in Hampton Roads around this time of year. But we are really getting super cold out there.
I mean, as a girl from the Midwest, I would like to say I moved to the beach for a reason, and now I'm a little shocked, surprised.
There's snow on the beach. The fountain's frozen at the ocean front. It is cold out there.
I guess I shouldn't have gotten rid of my snow pants when I left the
They would have come in handy.
Maybe they
would have come in handy. All right, we're going to have another check on all these winter conditions coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. All right, good evening. Thank you so much for sticking with us as we track this winter storm impacting Hampton Roads and northeast North Carolina. We are dealing with wind, we've got snow, and we've got tidal flooding coming a little later. I'm Dana Smith.
And I'm Madison Schlegel. We'll have extended coverage here on 13 News Now Plus all night long. We're covering what's happening, what's changing, and what it means for your family.
Yeah.
We've got live coverage from our crews in the field and in our Weather Impact Interceptor 2. We've also got crews here in studio, but we're going to start here right now with meteorologist Hunter Forst, who joins us at this hour. Hunter, we had you an hour or two ago. How have things changed since you last were in the studio with us?
Well, good evening, Madison and Dana. We are starting to see some accumulation out there on the roadways and some of the grassy surfaces. This is a live look up in Williamsburg right now, and you can see the snow-covered roadways out there. The snow is coming down at a pretty good clip up in the peninsula, and we are seeing some widespread snow across the region through the peninsulas down into the south side and eastern North Carolina, and you could really see where the heavier snow bands are. Those are the darker blue colors. So right around Franklin, Ahoskie, Edenton, into Elizabeth City, seeing some heavy snow coming on down. The lighter colors, the whiter colors, that's where you're seeing some lighter snow. So right around Norfolk and Virginia Beach, up into the northern parts of the eastern shore and the northern neck as well. But as we zoom on in here, Williamsburg seeing some lighter snow coming down. Same around Gloucester and Cape Charles, up through Exmoor and Poquoson. And as we go down into the south side, you'll notice right around Franklin, see this dark blue color here, some heavier snow bands rolling through there just to the south of Rushmere heading into your direction. But again, some lighter snow around downtown Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Pungo, into Bear Quarter as well. But Murfreesboro, you're seeing some heavier snow rolling through your region right now. Same around Boykins and Gatesville and Reynoldson, down into Belvedere, Hertford, Elizabeth City. You guys are starting to see again some heavier snow. Elizabeth City earlier was going through a little bit of a dull spot. They weren't really seeing a whole lot. It was pretty light, but finally starting to pick up once again. Same around Water Lily, Knott's Island, and Poplar Branch. And then down into the Outer Banks, seeing some lighter snow around you guys from Kill Devil Hills, Manio, and into Rodanthe. But again, things are looking pretty good here for snow lovers, especially in our western areas. That's when you're really seeing that accumulating snow. Again, it is a little bit lighter around Norfolk, Chesapeake, into Virginia Beach, so not seeing a whole lot of accumulation out there yet. But over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see the snow sticking around. The heaviest of bands in the western areas down to the south side and eastern North Carolina. But as we head into early Sunday morning, that's when we'll start to see this rolling on out around 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning with some cloudy skies waking up. But it is just a frigid evening. Temperatures are in the teens and low 20s. It's 20 in Melfa, 22 in Washapree, Jamaica sitting at 20 degrees, 23 at Stingray Point, Hayes sitting at 20 degrees. It's 22 in Phoebus, Buckrow Beach at 23 degrees, Lee Hall at 20, Fort Eustis sitting at 19. This isn't even taking into account the wind chill. Downtown Newport News sitting at 22, Comet is at 19. Down into the south side, we are in the mid to low 20s. Suffolk Airport sitting at 20 degrees. It's 25 at the ocean front, 24 at Norfolk International Airport, 22 in Hickory. Fentress sitting at 22 in Longview is at 20 degrees. Murfreesboro sitting at 19. Hertford 21, 23 in Edenton, and we are in the low 30s here around Kitty Hawk. Nags Head sitting at 32 degrees. Kill Devil Hills finally getting into the 20s. They're at 29 degrees. Earlier they were in the low 30s. But again, we do still have winter storm warnings up for parts of the south side and into eastern North Carolina. Also the southern tip of the peninsula and southern portions of the eastern shore, and then areas here in purple under winter weather advisories. But also the concern heading into this evening are the winds. We have high wind warnings pretty much throughout the entire coast here along the eastern shore, down into the southern tip of the peninsula, into Norfolk, Virginia Beach, just to the east of Elizabeth City, Knott's Island, down into Nags Head and through the Outer Banks, and then inland areas, a wind advisory for you guys. And right now we're seeing gusts around 30 to close to 40 miles an hour, 41 in Elizabeth City, seeing gusts around 33 here in Norfolk, 28 in Virginia Beach, 35 in Currituck, 36 in Manio, up around West Point around 16, gusts around 23 in Wallops Island. So it is making it feel so cold outside. Single digits pretty much across the board. Feels like 9 in Norfolk, 7 in Newport News, feels like 9 in Franklin, 6 in Ahoskie, 7 up in Melfa, 14 in Gloucester, feels like 8 in Hampton and Matthews, 23 in Virginia Beach, feels like 5 down in Elizabeth City, 11 in Portsmouth, and 7 over in Gatesville. But it's going to get even colder and colder heading into tonight and early Sunday morning. We have an extreme cold warning up for the entire area because wind chills tomorrow morning around 6, 7 o'clock. It's going to be feeling from 0 to 5 below. So you're going to want to be dressed from head to toe. Thick socks, some gloves. You're going to need layer upon layer, a nice hat. And then you'll be set and ready to go outside because it is going to be so cold. We also have to worry about the coastal flooding as well. We have coastal flood warnings up for the southern tip of the eastern shore. Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and down through the Outer Banks all have coastal flood warnings. And then interior areas here in the lighter blue colors have coastal flood advisories. But again, as we head into this evening, just going to be an all snow event. So that's great. And a light fluffy snow at that. So if you do have to do some shoveling, it'll be easy compared to, the wet, heavy snow. Don't have to worry about any ice or sleet. But we still have those gusty winds heading into this evening. That's when they really start to pick up into early tomorrow morning. Gusts 40 to 50 plus miles an hour, especially closer to the coast. And again, the tidal flooding, moderate to major. Taking a look here at our Thompson Creek Window Company sky view. Cloudy skies here overlooking Town Point Park. Seeing a few flakes flying around here in downtown Norfolk, but I know we're seeing some accumulation around Williamsburg, Suffolk, down into eastern North Carolina. And I'll let you know how much we could expect coming up in just a couple of minutes. Guys, back to you.
Hunter, when you were going through what to wear in this system, you forgot the scarf.
Scarf is a good one,
The
too,
scarf is always, you got to get that wrapped around your neck, get nice and warm, especially when it's 0 degrees.
That's
Come
true.
on.
I think I didn't say it because I can't pull a scarf off. So it just wasn't.
I'm glad that his list was very dependent on his fashion choices. Hunter, we appreciate it.
A great job as always, Hunter, breaking down all of that information for us. We so appreciate it. It's important information that we need to know. We know viewers across Hampton Roads and North Carolina have been dealing with this bitter cold, and our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed. Let's go to Derek Lytle. He's on the Outer Banks now in Rodanthe. Derek, the wind is really kicking up. I see those waves behind you.
Yeah, Dana, I heard you guys talking about the Midwest. You're talking to a guy that's had several years of experience covering snowstorms there. Well, we're not in Kansas anymore. We got a new record, not record high, but for me this afternoon, we're reaching 37 miles an hour as far as the winds here in Rodanthe. Now, this is exactly where I stood back, I believe in early August, where there was 2 homes here on the beach. No longer the case. There's just the one over here. Obviously, we had that home fall during our hurricane coverage here in Rodanthe, but it is violent. That's pushing some sand over this way. We got Mark being a trooper behind the camera as he keeps our lens clean, but you can see the power of these waves. It almost feels like those hurricane conditions. Now, I want to bring up NC-12. When we drove down here past the Oregon Inlet, the roads are fairly good, fairly clean. That's because it's not sticking down here just yet. That'll probably come as we move through the early evening into Sunday morning. No, I want you, if we can, I want to roll a video. We just saw some shocking stuff on our way down. An entire intersection's light post was bouncing their light in the intersection, almost like it was going to come off the rails and head down the road on NC-12. Pretty alarming if we're rolling that video. A lot of different things to unpack. We saw several crews out already working and pre-treating the roads. A lot of sand blowing to and from, but still able to get down here. I think the biggest thing is the wind right now in Rodanthe. They're seeing some rain, but at the moment, no snow here. We're going to keep you guys updated as we roll through the Outer Banks, but definitely some crazy conditions out here.
Safe out there, Derek, that's for sure. And seeing that video of the wind shaking those traffic lights, it really is powerful out there. So we appreciate you staying safe. Very crazy. Thank you so much, Derek. Continue to stay safe, stay warm out there, giving us some more perspective. All right, we do have 2 crews in North Carolina right now. So you saw Derek Lytle. He's there on the Outer Banks. Shane Fordham in Elizabeth City.
Right, but here now with more on the response plan in Pasquotank County is Brian Parnell. Brian, thank you so much for joining us here. This area that you guys have is really where we're starting to see some of the first impacts of this storm. Do you mind telling us how your emergency response crews have been talking over the last few weeks in preparation for this weather?
Yeah, so good evening. The public safety staff in Pasquotank and Camden counties have been making sure all their equipment's ready to go. They did bring in additional staff this weekend, both in the emergency medical service side and the Elizabeth City Police Department. Pasco Sheriff's Office, Camden County Sheriff's Office, and Elizabeth City Fire Department. So they're staffed up, ready to go if they need to send out additional crews when it calls for service. Our street crews in Elizabeth City have put salt and sand down on the main streets and the streets in downtown Elizabeth City, and our North Carolina Department of Transportation has put brine down on the roads and are out trying to go ahead and can start scraping some of the roads right now.
Okay, so you have crews out on the roads already trying to get some of those roads clear. What are some of the biggest concerns? Is it ice?
Yes,
is it
ma'am.
snow accumulation? Is it the wind? What are you most worried about? Or is it all three?
It's mainly going to be the snow accumulation, what we do get, and the winds. Right now, the winds are blowing pretty well out there, and it's in some areas it's blowing the snow sideways, but it's coming down steady, not real heavy type snow, but it is coming down heavy. We're not expecting much ice out of this, which is going to be good. However, with individuals out on the streets, riding around, packing the snow down, that's going to cause it to melt and then freeze back, and it could be some icy conditions on the highways. But our North Carolina DOT crews are out and about helping to mitigate that as quickly as possible.
We know that the school districts in Elizabeth City and Pasquotank schools have already said that they're going to be closed on Monday. Are there any other city resources or buildings that are also going to be closed throughout the weekend as we kind of wait this out?
During the weekend, we got the solid waste. Our convenience sites are closed tomorrow. That they would typically be open in the afternoon on Sundays. They're closed tomorrow. A decision for city offices and county offices won't be made until tomorrow afternoon. After the storm passes, we can kind of get an idea of what the road conditions are going to be.
All right, you had mentioned those high winds and the accumulating snow. And earlier we were talking about when we have this combination of windy conditions and snow on the ground, that could mean blizzard conditions. And I don't want to alarm anyone by saying blizzard, but that simply means that visibility can very well be limited. Are you expecting that in your area? And what's your message to drivers? Is now the time where people should get off the roads and stay home?
Yes, most definitely. Now is the time to stay home, find someplace warm to be for the rest of the evening. And as the daylight's dwindling away, visibility is going to be an issue. I did notice it sometime earlier when the winds were blowing and it started snowing, that visibility was down a little bit, but it was okay to be able to see at that point because of the sun, the daytime hours. But now it's getting dark. I do highly recommend anybody that needs to be out and about, get where you're going and get there quickly and safely. And if you don't have to go, please remain at home. Let our public safety agencies do what they need to do, but and the transportation agencies to be able to scrape the roads and get those cleared as quickly as possible.
Well, Brian, great pieces of advice right there. Yeah. Thank you so much for making some time for us this evening.
You're welcome.
All right, and we're going to continue our storm coverage right here on 13 News Now Plus after this break. Welcome back to 13 News Now Plus. We're tracking the winter storm impacting Hampton roads in northeast North Carolina hour by hour.
Yeah, this is what 13 News Now is here for, staying with our community through the toughest conditions on air and on streaming with the updates you need in real time.
Meteorologist Julie Martin is joining us now. She's on Shore Drive in Virginia Beach right now. And Julie, last time we spoke to you, you showed us some of those freezing conditions out there. Looks like you're still braving that cold.
Yeah, still feeling like the single digits out here in Virginia Beach, and right now the winds have picked up a little bit, so we're gusting around 34, 35 degrees, and only expecting those winds to really increase as we head throughout the evening. We could be gusting up around 50 miles per hour, so all of this very reminiscent of maybe covering a tropical storm with a tropical storm force winds, very likely. You'll notice the ocean is also pretty churned up. We've noticed some decent waves coming in over the past half hour to 45 minutes. Obviously, the beach is empty. No one is out here this cold for very good reason. But we have multiple hazards still that we're concerned about. I did just see a couple of flakes fly around. I would call them maybe some flurries. So we could be starting to get some of that snow working its way in from the south, from North Carolina. Right now, though, so far, we really haven't had any significant snow here along the coastal area where I am anyway. So looking at that increasing, as well as the winds and the bitter cold. So tonight, we start an extreme cold warning for tomorrow morning. So by tomorrow morning, we will likely be feeling below zero all across Hampton roads. And so dealing with some very bitterly cold, dangerous conditions, and maybe some coastal flooding also with high tide, which is around 8:30 tomorrow morning. We have a new moon, and so that could actually boost the tides along with the storm. So we'll watch for any localized flooding. Right now, it appears to be a moderate risk of that in the areas that would normally flood. So we'll keep an eye on all of those things, but really the big story, I think, the big takeaway that people are feeling tonight is just that extreme cold, and that's going to be with us for at least another couple days.
Well, interesting information there, especially learning about that full moon, too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much here for joining us. We appreciate it. And we're going to be continuing that coverage now, turning now to our Brittany Miller. She's in our Weather Impact Interceptor, which has a slew of different gadgets that really tell us.
We've got cameras on all angles on that thing.
Cameras on all angles. We also have radars in it that tell you the temperature of the road, how the wind speeds are looking, and also the temperature of the tires as well. So I want to see what she's seeing. Brittany, you're near Currituck County right now. How are conditions changing versus when you were on the Chesapeake Expressway?
Madison, there's a lot more out on the roads here, a little bit more accumulation. I'm going to switch the camera to our hood cam so you can see that. We're heading north now on 168. So we were in the Coin Jock area, and there was a lot more accumulation out there, a whole lot of winds happening in the last couple of minutes as well. Speaking of those gadgets and such that we have here inside of the Interceptor, our average wind right now are 18 miles per hour, but that's really been going up and down. I mean, at one point it was up to 23. When we first got in the truck coming out of Norfolk, it was around 12 or 13. So there have definitely been points where, you know, we're on the highway, the speed limit is 55, but we've had to slow it down to below 40 in the 30s because the winds were whipping so much. There have been a lot of points here in Currituck where there are large bodies of standing water, kind of like in ditches, and they're almost completely frozen over. We have a camera over here on the side to show you that, but it doesn't look like we're coming up on any right now, but I'm going to leave the camera that way just in case we roll up on one so you can see. It doesn't, though there's not a whole lot of snow on the ground, it is still very cold out here, and that frozen water is a great representation of that. The temperatures out here are 22 degrees, but the wind chill is 4. It's going up and down. The wind chill right now at about 5 degrees, between 5 and 8 degrees. So very, very cold. And talking about those winds, if I take you back to that, while the average is 17 miles per hour. We've seen wind gusts as strong as 60. Now, in the last hour, the strongest wind gust has been about 53. So not as bad as what it was just a few minutes ago. But I think just the changing numbers really paints that picture of how much the conditions here are varying, how much they're developing. We're seeing highs, we're seeing lows. One thing that has been consistent, though, is that temperature. It is very cold outside. So even if you're in a spot in northeastern North Carolina or in Hampton Roads that maybe isn't seeing snow, it is going to be very, very cold outside. So as Hunter mentioned, heading out the door, grabbing all of those layers, that's something anyone who's outside right now would definitely need. Reporting live, Brittany Miller, 13 News Now.
All right, Brittany, thank you so much for painting that picture for us, because road conditions can get dangerous very quickly. You mentioned that high wind, and that wind can really push cars around. And then as that snow starts to accumulate, that's when you get that visibility really reduced out there on those roadways. So I appreciate you getting a bigger picture of just how cold and windy it is out there. Let's go to Cheryl Nelson now with a check on traffic. Cheryl, how are things progressing? I know that now's the time that we are really telling people to get off the roads and stay home.
Absolutely, before it gets dark. But really, it depends on where you live in the area. Some areas have a great deal of snow. Others are going, where is the snow? And meteorologist Hunter Forrest is here to break that down for you in just a few minutes. They're doing a great job in the Weather Center. This really is a tough storm to track, and there is more snow, though, on the way. On the roads right now, though, a few disabled vehicles. Those are not causing any problems. What I want to show you, though, is I want you to pay attention to the yellow on this map. So green is showing relatively normal speeds. Where you see more of the yellow, for example, as we get out into Suffolk and Isle of Wight County, out toward Ivor, Franklin, Sussex, Surrey counties, that's where we're seeing some of that snow that has started to stick. Also up near Williamsburg, we have some snow on the ground. I'm going to show you some cameras too, so you can see exactly what's going on. But before I get to that, the visibility tells a story, because a lot of wind, and you get the wind with the snow, that brings down the visibility. So the visibility right now down to 3/4 of a mile in Newport News. Same in Roanoke Rapids, just half a mile in Emporia and in Wakefield. This has really been the sweet spot for the snow today. Our interior sections of North Carolina, along with the outer banks of North Carolina, visibility down to half a mile in Manteo. So that correlates with the snow. And I did put the snow, the radar on this map, so you can see where that is. Where you see the darker blue colors, that indicates the heavier snow that is coming down. Certainly our interior counties in North Carolina. But I want to draw your attention to the western part of Northampton County, North Carolina, right along I-95. Okay, you see that? See all the heavy snow they've been getting? Now I'm going to show you what that looks like. Yeah, look at this, guys. Woo! This is I-95, Northampton County in North Carolina. Certainly, they are getting some accumulating snow there. Now, what about other parts of the region? Let's go up to Williamsburg. Williamsburg saw some heavier bands earlier, just some lighter snow right now, but they do have some accumulation there on the grassy areas. Looks like the roadways are still doing pretty good there. This is I-64 on the peninsula around mile marker 244. All right, now how about let's take a look at the Suffolk area. Suffolk saw some snow earlier, still seeing some light snow, but some heavier bands back there near Franklin. And you can see the orange on the map, really slow going with that snow sticking to the roads. This is downtown Suffolk. This is Main Street and Godwin Boulevard. Certainly you have some snow on the roads there. Some of these cars probably going a little bit faster than they should be. I would slow it down even more and allow more space. I feel like these guys are tailgating a little bit too much as well. So make sure you have plenty of room between you and the vehicle in front of you. Finally, this is just for fun. Look at this. Any guesses where this one is? Yeah, this is not in our viewing area. This is in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. So this is southwestern North Carolina along I-85 near Charlotte. This is I-85, guys. It's hard to even see the interstate right now. They got 6 to 8 inches of snow thus far. How about that? Food for thought. Will we see it here? Well, meteorologist Hunter Forrest is going to be back with his full forecast in a minute.
All right, Cheryl, thank you so much. You always have so much good information, especially painting the picture of what it looks like around the region, too. Yeah. So we appreciate it, Cheryl, and we'll check back in with you in a few minutes. Thanks. But right after this break, we're going to be checking in with more of our crews. We're going to take you to Chesapeake right after this.
All right, welcome back to 13 News Now. Plus, we are tracking these winter conditions in Hampton Roads, Northeast North Carolina. We have Brianna Fallon in Chesapeake right now. Brianna, you've been talking to us about these bitterly cold temperatures and the wind. What's happening behind you?
So, I mean, we were just sitting in the car a few moments ago. The second you step outside and back into the cold weather, it just hits you in the face. That is just how cold it is out here. Now, we actually did just see a few flurries falling from the sky, but again, not too much snow here yet. But Chesapeake has really been preparing, for this storm since Wednesday, laying salt and brine on the roads. We've probably seen more snowplow trucks filled with salt drive down this road. Now, we are near South Battlefield Boulevard. That's one of the roads that would get plowed first if that snow does start to stick later today. But I actually want you to kind of follow me and just take a look at this road here. There is a thick layer of salt on the road from those many, many trucks we've been seeing kind of going up and down. So again, Chesapeake taking this storm very, very seriously, just putting those layers and layers of salt on the ground as a precaution for when that snow does start to fall. That way they can clear the roads a little bit easier. Now, again, I mentioned this is going to be one of the emergency routes, South Battlefield Boulevard, that will be cleared first. After that, they will go to primary roads and then to secondary roads, and they're going to try to clear that as best as possible. It's important to note, though, that these plows, they're not going to be able to actually clear any snow off the road until there's at least 2 inches on the ground. That's what I have for you right now. Brianna Fallon, 13 News Now.
All right. Thanks so much, Brianna, for keeping an eye on this storm for us, because it's not always about snow accumulation. I say it's about impact versus inches, because the cold weather and those winds can really cause a lot of damage to those power lines. It can create ice on the roadways. It can make driving very dangerous. It can lower visibility if you have those snowflakes and that high wind. So it is important to take a look at all angles of this storm as we walk around Hampton Roads. And crews with the Virginia Department of Transportation have been preparing for this storm.
Right. We saw a little bit of those roads right there with Brianna, but joining us now, we've got VDOT Tim Kelly. Tim, thank you so much for joining us here again to chat about how you guys are preparing.
Appreciate the time. Thanks very much.
So last time we spoke, you said that you guys have over 1,000 crews right now that are getting ready to handle this storm, working 24-hour shifts right now. Last time we spoke with you, we were starting to see a little bit of those flurries, but now we see that kind of picking up. What are your crews seeing right now?
Well, I think just as y'all been talking about, we're certainly seeing the impacts as far as on the western part of our district, and getting some roadway treatment done out that way to help, again, things kind of stay a little bit slushy out there so that we can maintain the roads right there and, plow when the situations get to that point. But, crews are out there very active, monitoring throughout the district to make sure that we're addressing any concerns that people may see on the roadways.
Right. And you mentioned earlier about pre-treating the roads and how effective it can be when there is no rain. So you had those crews out there getting that salt, that brine on the road. Let's revisit that conversation. What makes this storm different than when we do have that slush mix or that rain that hits?
Well, in this situation, we're looking at kind of a fluffy snow. So again, but the brine itself is going to, help prevent any icing or any adhering to the roadway that could lead to some icing conditions. So again, what that treatment is doing is keeping things in a level that when we got to get out there, do some plowing, that everything's ready to go, and really does a job to really help us through these types of situations. And again, this event did not start as rain, it's starting as snow. So that's where it's a little bit more effective, certainly.
Well, right. And last week we spoke to you guys and you had extra crews that were coming in. And now this storm is being a little bit more centralized here in Hampton Roads. I know that this area has around 250 plows, you guys have told us in the past. But this week you're actually ramping up the number of plows that you're bringing in from other places compared to even what we saw last week.
That is correct. Yeah, again, as you mentioned, we have the 250 plows and spreaders that are available to the VDOT district, but we also have 200 more vehicles that have been brought in from other areas of the state to help us with this storm. Certainly, forecasts, we're looking one way, transitioning a little bit to another. But again, we have the resources that are there to handle the situation at hand.
You guys have drivers, crews out there, no matter what the conditions are. We thank you guys so much. How can, regular drivers, how can we help you guys make your jobs easier out there on the roads?
Good question.
Great question. I mean, I think the biggest thing is, number one, stay off the roadway. That's the simplest way to do that. But if you absolutely positively have to travel, drive slower than normal. Give yourself more than enough time to get to your destination, and certainly maintain distance between you and the vehicle in front of you. Now, I would note that if you come across some of our crews out there doing the snow operations, you want to stay at least 100 feet back, give them plenty of room. Don't try to pass, but let them do their job because, again, they're focused on the roadway. They know their vehicles around them. But the biggest message here is we want everybody to get home safe. That's motorists as well as our crews.
Well, we've also heard from some localities here that their crews are also out independently and they're practicing their snow routes and practicing the routes that they're going to take when that snow does start coming down. So are you guys watching and waiting, or do you have crews out there circling where they will be going when that snow is hitting the ground and accumulating in the amount that you guys need to put those plows on the ground?
Well, we start our preparations back in the summertime as far as getting everything organized. We do our dry runs, if you will, well before the winter season sets in, so that our crews are primed and ready to go. So those opportunities have already been taken advantage of, and our crews are ready to go. Certainly any of the crews that come in, making sure they know what their routes are, and that's where some of the logistics going on behind the scenes, if you will, to make sure we kind of maintain this dance with our crews hitting the areas they need to.
You know, VDOT has such a wide network. How do you guys decide which roads get treated first, which roads are priorities?
Well, we start, of course, with the interstates, and then the state maintain primary roads, and then we get into the secondary roadways that have either high volume traffic, perhaps some emergency services that are along that route. So those are the focal points as we transition into an event like this.
Well, the unique part about Hampton Roads is that we've got a lot of infrastructure and a lot of different infrastructure compared to some parts of the Commonwealth. We've got the bridges, a slew of different bridges here that people truly depend on to get to and from the peninsula on the south side. So how do you guys handle the conditions on those bridges too? We know that that's where some of that icy accumulation, and when those road conditions hit, those are going to be some of the first spots that start to see those impacts.
Well, bridges, overpasses, and ramps are areas that certainly can ice over first. So again, we continue to have monitors that are monitoring the situations out there on the roadways to make sure that we're addressing things as quickly as possible. You mentioned as far as our water crossings in the area that are very, very, very important to maintaining traffic flow in normal conditions. But in situations like this, we have the crews that are out there on those locations that make sure they're directly contacting and making sure that any situation is being taken care of.
Tim, thank you so much. Always great to hear from you and to give us a little bit more perspective and a behind-the-scenes look at the hard work VDOT does. And we appreciate you guys, whether it's snowing, ice, rain, whatever. You guys really are out there working hard. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we know viewers across Hampton Roads have been dealing with dangerous roads, bitter colds. Our team has been out here nonstop to keep you informed. We have Emily Harrison at the Virginia Beach oceanfront now. And Emily, it's even colder now that the sun's gone down, huh?
Dana, you said it. Bitter cold is the only way to really describe how I'm feeling at this moment. The sun, as you noted, has gone down. I know that the temperatures will continue to drop, and with this wind chill, I don't think that there's any amount of clothing that you can put on to feel warm right here on the boardwalk. Take a look at the water behind me. The wind's really pushing this water all throughout the day, and you can notice this beach. It's entirely empty. It's quiet out here on the boardwalk. We've seen only a few souls come on here the entire day, a few people exercising, maybe a few taking a peek at the conditions outside, but after that they run right into their cars to get into the heat as quickly as they can. Rather than snowflakes or any sort of flurries, we've mostly just had blowing sand directly in our faces. It's almost like the reverse of a hurricane is what I would say, minus the rain or anything like that. So the conditions out here are certainly not pleasurable for the time being, but I have not seen any real form of precipitation other than a few hours ago when we saw a bit of flurry. Still, that doesn't mean that we're not taking this storm very seriously, as well as Virginia Beach officials. I have seen Virginia Beach police going up and down this boardwalk. I've also seen city employees go up and down, making sure that everybody's acting safe and that we don't have anybody trying to go into the water. I can't imagine a worse thing to get in this water, but yeah, you never know. So making sure that it's not happen. And for the time being, I would say the biggest threat out here in Virginia Beach is truly just the risk of hypothermia with this. I know you mentioned that over at the Cavalier, they had a couple of blow torches for that fountain. And I would say that I'm quite jealous of having a blowtorch, as I cannot emphasize enough how bitterly bitterly cold it is here at the oceanfront. Live at the oceanfront. I'm Emily Harrison, 13 News Now.
Well, and we just heard from VDOT as well and about all the roads being pre-treated. And Virginia Beach, the city of Virginia Beach, has been speaking with us too. They've got 3,400 lane miles of streets that they're going to be surveying and putting that brine down onto. But I just wanted to give you guys a little look at this too. I've got the Dominion Energy power map in front of power outage map in front of me right now. And it looks like on General Booth Boulevard and Dam Neck Road, we've got a power line that's been damaged.
Right.
So that's popped up. If we can pull it up here on our screen, as you can see here, it tells you some information here. So on the upper left-hand corner, it says total customers out 475. But we have heard from Dominion Energy that number is kind of typical when storms like this hit. Obviously, they're not expecting their peak right now. They're expecting that peak from anywhere from 9 p.m. tonight to 11 a.m. tomorrow. So again, we're going to be checking in on conditions like this. We've got some of those customers served and customers out. Yeah, and the numbers are higher in our area. You see that in Virginia. That's where we have the highest number of customers out. And Suffolk, well, look at that. Almost 150 because of these winds, really, is what they were saying. Yeah, because of those winds and, again, power line damage. So we'll have to reach out to Dominion and see kind of what that situation is. But as we go into the evening, we can expect some more of these instances to be popping up. And good thing that Dominion has this map that you can pull up at home, too. So if you have an outage, you can report it and kind of update it all here in real time. But speaking of real time, we'll be right back right after this break with more updates from our teams across the region. All right, welcome back to 13 News Now Plus. The American Red Cross is ready to respond to this winter storm. That's right, and here now with us on the organization's plan, we've got Christopher Dumshot, who's with the Red Cross. And what I love about you, Christopher, even last week, you were out there braving the weather, you see it accumulating on you. Tell us, where are you at right now in this storm?
Yeah, so I am currently on the North Carolina-Virginia border, but it is snowing where I'm at. But you know what? The Red Cross is always out there in the conditions, responding to disasters day and night. So why not do this report for my friends at 13 News Now out in the cold and snow?
Well, you talk about responding to the disasters that people might see. What kind of calls or what kind of assistance does the Red Cross really provide in a storm like this?
Absolutely. So we are always preparing our communities, right? When we have winter storms like this, obviously we are working with our community partners, local emergency management, other individuals and other organizations to make sure that if there are any unmet needs in the communities, that we are there to help step in, whether that's helping with warming centers, whether that's opening up shelters if there was a larger disaster or major power outages, things like that. So we are always on standby to prepare. And we're always making sure that our volunteers are doing so in a very safe way. So we're not going to put anyone out there in conditions that might be dangerous for them, but we are always on standby to provide the resources that we need to for our communities.
You know, Christopher, who's most at risk during a storm like this, and how can neighbors help?
Absolutely. Checking in on your neighbors is always something that we advocate. If you have the ability to run next door and check on your neighbors, make sure they have everything that they need, especially if you have elderly neighbors or young families with newborns, things like that. It's important to check on them, make sure that everyone's taking care of each other. And then the other thing that's really important to do is make sure that you and your family have a kind of a preparedness plan, a safety plan. So if something does go wrong, you guys know what to do. Whether that's power going out, whether that's possibly a home fire, you never know when something like that can happen. Making sure you have those preparedness plans in place will make sure your family is safe and knows what to do in a time of an emergency.
Well, preparedness plans and preparedness kits, too. We've heard some tips and tricks along the way. But, Christopher, I'm really curious to see what you guys are recommending that people have in some of their disaster kits at home.
Absolutely. So disaster kits and emergency kits are really important to have year round, right? Typically, I'll talk with you guys about this when we're ramping up for hurricane season, things like that. We don't really think about it during the winter, especially down in Virginia and parts of the Carolinas where we don't always see winter weather like this every year. So it's important to have those kits, and it's important to make sure those kits have supplies for times like this, whether that's some non-perishable foods, whether that's some water, things like that, that also maybe a blanket, making sure your car has some things like an ice scraper, blankets, towels, things like that, that in case you do get trapped, if you're out on the road somewhere, you have something warm that can, or at least something that can keep you warm and have some hydration and things like that to keep you safe. So having those kits available, whether they're at your house, whether you're in your car, we truly want to make sure people are taking those times to stock up on the things that they need and have them in place, whether it's a winter storm, whether it's a hurricane, or whether it's another weather phenomenon that we're seeing as we continue to go through our crazy times here in coastal Virginia.
Well, you talk about people and you talk about our loved ones, but they're your loved ones that also includes your family pets. We've seen some people out there on the Virginia Beach boardwalk right now walking along the ocean front with their pets, with their animals. What would you say to that animal owner right now who might have to take the dog out for a break or two during this storm?
Well, I tell you what, right before I came on the air with you guys, I had my two dogs out in the snow. They were playing around. They were having fun. It's like 17 degrees where I'm at, so I'm making sure I'm taking them out really quickly. They're doing their business and then getting them back in where it's safe. But it's always okay to have a little fun playing in the snow. We don't always have a chance to do that. But we want to make sure we're not keeping our animals or our pets out for a prolonged period of times and make sure that they have the necessary equipment that they need. Sometimes I've seen people put little booties on their dogs. I've seen them put sweatshirts or little vests. Whatever you got to do to make sure your pet is safe and warm, that's what we encourage you to do.
The little dog booties are so cute. I won't lie. Watching a dog walk in those booties is so cute.
All right. Thank you so much, Christopher, for that insight. It is always important to remind families that, the small steps they can take today can really help them be more prepared when we have events like this. So we really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Braving the cold.
Yeah, and braving that cold. Get inside and warm up. We appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Let's go to meteorologist Hunter Force now, who's keeping an eye on conditions hour by hour as they change. Hunter.
Hey guys, yeah, you're right. We've been seeing some accumulation across the peninsulas, parts of the south side, and of course, North Carolina as well. Here's a time lapse on our LFCU cam here in Newport News. This was at 2:48 this afternoon, but you'll notice over the last couple of hours, we've been seeing some accumulation here out on the icy waters, on the pathways here, even on the streets. So at 5:47 this evening, seeing some accumulation here over in Newport News. Here's a look at some of the temperatures. We're in the mid to low 20s, upper teens in Newport News right now, 19 degrees. It's 24 in Norfolk, 23 in Virginia Beach, 21 in Hampton, 20 in Suffolk, 21 in Elizabeth City, and 22 in Chesapeake. But take a look at these dew points. You'll notice Virginia Beach, the dew point is sitting at 9. So there is still a ton of dry air over around Virginia Beach. And if you're looking at the radar, it looks like it's snowing, but the snowflakes are just not making it to the ground. They are just evaporating before they reach the surface because the air is just so dry. But we are seeing those dew points coming up here, especially around Elizabeth City, Suffolk as well. A little bit in Chesapeake. Those dew points are still a little bit low, but especially low over in Virginia Beach. And again, here's Virginia Beach right here, and it looks like it's snowing, but we've been seeing, live shots from there, and there have really not been any snowflakes falling. A few snowflakes here in downtown Norfolk, but we've really been seeing the snow coming down in our western areas. These darker blue showing the heavier snowfall rates, especially down around Elizabeth City, Edenton, down into Ahoskie and Franklin, even up into Williamsburg. We were seeing some accumulation up there on the roadways, and we're still seeing some light snow around Saluda, Gloucester, and Williamsburg. Same around Exmoor and Cape Charles. But as we look around Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Woodhouse Corner, even into Deep Creek, there's just a lot of dry air right in this vicinity. So a lot of this is really not reaching the ground. But the closer you get to the state line here is where you really start to see some of that accumulation. So could be seeing some snow coming down around Bear Quarter and Creeds. And as we go over towards Sunbeam, Franklin, you guys are getting in on a good heavier band right there. Same around Murfreesboro. And then some lighter snow around Bryant's Corner, Henry, Druryville, and Seaboard as well. But Mount Rose, areas around Hertford, Elizabeth City, Nixonton getting in on some heavier snow bands, and even closer to Knott's Island, Waterlily, Poplar Branch in those darker blues, and still seeing some snow around Kill Devil Hills. But right now, a break around Rodanthe and Avon. Parts of southern Dare County here not seeing much in the way of snowfall, but Columbia, Gumneck, seeing some heavier bands for you guys. Over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see these moderate to heavy snowfall rates, especially in our western areas in eastern North Carolina. Some lighter snow around the south side up into the peninsulas. And then again, this winds down very early Sunday morning, and we'll be waking up with mostly cloudy skies heading into Sunday and very, very cold temperatures. If you think it's cold out there now, it's going to be even colder tomorrow morning. Here's a look at the snowfall totals as we go through the night tonight. Southern areas of the south side around 2 to 4 inches into Ahoskie and Elizabeth City. Areas here in purple, Dare County down through the Outer Banks around 4 to 8 inches for you guys. Hampton, Williamsburg, southern tip of the eastern shore, 1 to maybe 2 inches of snow for you guys. Norfolk, again, kind of on that cusp of 1 to 2 inches. And then if you're, again, in the southern portions of the south side, that's where you could see a little bit more in the way of accumulation. Same around Ahoskie and Rocky Mount as well. But the winds have been whipping, especially over in Virginia Beach. We've been seeing gusts 30 to 40 miles an hour, and those will continue to go up over the next couple of hours. We have high wind warnings up for the eastern shore, Norfolk into Virginia Beach and down through the Outer Banks. And then we have wind advisories for our inland areas. Here's a look at some of the gusts out there right now. 31 in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, 40-mile-per-hour gusts over in Kill Devil Hills, 35 in Elizabeth City, 33 in Ahoskie, 36-mile-per-hour gusts over in Edenton. And as we take a look at our futurecast wind gusts, as we head into this evening and early Sunday morning, they really do start to pick up. 45-mile-per-hour gusts over in Norfolk, 44 in Kill Devil Hills, 38 over in Virginia Beach. Could get up into the mid to low 50-mile-per-hour gust range over around Kill Devil Hills Sunday morning. Still in the low 40-mile-per-hour gust range in Norfolk, 36 in Newport News, even gusting up to around 40 miles per hour in Ahoskie heading into Sunday morning. By the late morning and afternoon, we do see those winds coming down a bit, but still gusting to up to 20 to 30 miles per hour by our Sunday afternoon. Still have to watch out for the tidal flooding as well. We have coastal flood warnings up for the southern tip of the eastern shore, Norfolk into Virginia Beach, down through the Outer Banks, and then these areas here in blue, more coastal flood advisories for that area. And that's for our Sunday morning as we get into high tide. But we also have to look out for the extreme cold tonight into tomorrow morning. Extreme cold warnings up for the entire area for wind chills from 0 to 5 below. And I'll tell you, most of us are going to be below the 0 mark, unfortunately. This is a look at wind chills tomorrow morning. 1 below in Norfolk, 1 below in Chesapeake. The only places where we're above 0 degrees or 0 degrees above, Cape Charles, Virginia Beach, and Kill Devil Hills. That's about it. Everywhere else below 0. Feeling like 2 below in Elizabeth City tomorrow morning, 3 below in Gloucester, 3 below over in Williamsburg. And by the afternoon, not going to be feeling much better. At least we'll be above 0, but still in the single digits and mid to low teens. Feeling like 11 in Virginia Beach, 14 in Williamsburg tomorrow afternoon, 13 Elizabeth City, 15 over in Ahoskie. And as we head into our Monday morning, at least we'll be feeling above zero, but still a lot of us in the single digits heading off to work. Going to be feeling like 9 in Norfolk, 3 in Suffolk, 5 in Gloucester, 2 in Elizabeth City. Seeing some below zero marks here in Ahoskie and Eatonton. Heading off to work Monday morning feeling like -2 to 3 below zero in Eatonton. You may be wondering, all right, there must be a nice warm up on the way somewhere. Not looking like it. Unfortunately, here's a look at our 10-day temperature trend. We'll get to the mid-40s on Tuesday, same around next Friday, but our average high is 51 degrees for this time of year. We won't even make it close to the 50s over the next 10 days or so, so the cold weather is here to stick around. Overnight tonight, we'll continue to see some of that snowfall coming on down. We'll be in the mid to upper teens to low 20s. Again, feeling much colder than that with the wind. 20 in Newport or Cape Charles. It'll be 19 in Hereford, 23 in Manteo. But again, feeling like below zero for a lot of us heading into early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, highs barely making it to freezing in a few spots. 29 in Norfolk, 30 in Gloucester, 30 in Hampton. It'll be 30 in Hertford, 29 degrees in Manteo. And again, as we take a look at the next couple of days, weather impact alert heading into tomorrow again for tomorrow morning. And then as we head into our Monday, plenty of sunshine, 43 degrees on Tuesday, few isolated showers possible on Wednesday, but the below average temperature sticking around as we go throughout the next couple of days. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Hunter. And you mentioned those cold temperatures that are going to be sticking with us here. And we just spoke with the American Red Cross.
Right.
So I want to mention some shelters that are now open. The city of Norfolk just sent us an email ago, probably about an hour, saying that all of their winter overflow warning sheltering is going to be extended through February 7th. So again, those cold temperatures aren't going away anytime soon. They're going to be sticking with us. So those resources are available until the 7th. Also, this evening, if you need somewhere to go, St. Mary's Catholic Church on Chapel Street is going to be open through Sunday. And then tomorrow, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church on Princess Anne Road will also be open for people who are looking for somewhere to stay. We also mentioned the tidal flooding that might happen too. So if people need to be moving their cars.
Yeah, you have that list of garages. Yeah.
Yep. The city of Norfolk has also made some resources available for people too. So ODU's Constant Center South garage is going to be open, and that's located by Chartway Arena. So if you need to, or you're in that area of Norfolk, you can bring your car there. Also, city parking garages are going to be open until 6 p.m. on Tuesday. That's this Tuesday, the 3rd. All of those are going to be open. Those gates will be open besides the one on Cedar Grove Road.
Right.
So,
and that's the surface lot that won't be open.
Correct.
But all other surface lots and garages are.
Correct.
Yes.
So a little bit of that information for you if you are needing to move your car. Those resources for the city of Norfolk are open as well.
Absolutely, Madison. Thank you.
Yeah, but 13 News Now started streaming this afternoon at 2 o'clock. So we've been here showing you the latest conditions.
Yeah, so we have crews spread across the region, including ABC's Christiane Cordero with the latest in Virginia Beach.
Well, here in Virginia Beach, you can certainly get a sense of the wind that we're dealing with right now, and we've felt it pick up really throughout the day today, and that's of course factoring into the cold, but then coupled with the snow that's expected throughout the night tonight, you can get a sense of why officials are calling this potential whiteout conditions, and certainly not just here in Virginia Beach. We have seen across the Carolinas throughout the day today, snow accumulate at paces that they really don't see very often. Some parts of the Carolinas are expected to get up to a foot of snow. So dangerous driving conditions, dicey weather conditions overall, and certainly affecting some travel in the air as well, with major hubs like Charlotte and Atlanta scaling back on some of their operations, canceling more than 2,000 flights today. With the wind also comes that deep cold, right? And that's something that has gripped much of the country right now, affecting some 160 million Americans throughout the Midwest and the Northeast throughout the week last week, and then now expanding down south into Florida and even into Texas. And so this is something that will bring dangerous conditions in many different factors. And here in Virginia Beach, really what they're worried about is not necessarily the wind that we've seen right now, because they get nor'easters and they get hurricanes, things of that nature, but it is the deep cold and the snow that they're expecting later tonight. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Virginia Beach.
Yeah, bitterly cold in Virginia Beach. Everyone's got those heavy winter coats on. Stick with us. We will be right back with more on this winter storm impacting our area.
Thanks for joining us here on 13 News Now Plus. As we've been telling you, we're tracking a winter storm that's headed for our area. We check in with Brittany Miller now, who's live in our Weather Impact Interceptor, checking out road conditions. Brittany, where are you right now?
Hey, Madison, Dana, we're actually in Norfolk, but very close to the Norfolk, Virginia Beach line. We're near Wesley and Drive. I'm going to give you a look outside. Anyone who was hoping that maybe we wouldn't see any snow, it's looking good for you right now. The roads are all clear here. We just ventured up from North Carolina, so things looking a lot different in this area than it did where we were. There are a lot of people out on the roads. No snow on the ground, no snow in the air. It is very cold outside, though. Inside of the truck, we've got a lot of tools and gadgets that are filling me in on what the conditions are like outside of the truck. So 23 degrees right now, wind chills at 15 degrees. Now, if you have been sticking with us on 13 News Now Plus, you would have heard me earlier when we were still in North Carolina, the wind chill was around 4 and 7 degrees, and it just jumped up. The wind chill just jumped up to 18. So a stark difference almost from what we had been seeing when we were in North Carolina. And again, lots of people out on the road still taking advantage of the fact that we don't have any snow that has accumulated here in Norfolk. And I phrase it that way because when we got our day started at about 3 o'clock, we were seeing the snowflakes. See, now we're entering into Virginia Beach. There's a sign there. We were seeing some snowflakes, but as the hours have passed by, conditions are still rapidly changing. And if you were with us last week, you'll remember, while things can look clear in one moment, it can completely change in another, and the sidewalks and the streets can be filled with snow. So we're going to keep riding around Hampton Roads. We're probably going to stay here in Norfolk for a bit and keep giving you a look at what these conditions are like out on the road. But if you were thinking of stopping to the store or getting gas or something of the sort before we start to see more of the conditions changing here in Norfolk, it's a great time to do it. There is traffic, but it's not too heavy, and the conditions out on the roadway are kind of what you would expect for the average day. Reporting live, Brittany Miller, 13 News Now.
All right, thank you so much, Brittany. Yeah, as you said, just a few changes can really make a big difference when it comes to the forecast. We did see flakes earlier in Hampton Roads. We're seeing more down in northeast North Carolina. And as our meteorologists have been explaining, it's really that dry air that sucks the moisture. So it is snowing, but the snow doesn't make it all the way to the ground. But let's talk more about these roads. As Brittany was saying, there is traffic out there, but things seem to be moving. Cheryl Nelson is back with a deeper check on the roads. Cheryl, what are you seeing?
Dana, Madison, we do have some big issues right now, and this is on the peninsula. We have a vehicle fire to talk about. This is I-64 westbound in York County near mile marker 244 near Busch Gardens. Right now, all westbound lanes are closed. I-64 west in York County near Busch Gardens. So this is what's going on. You can see the plume of smoke right there. Firefighters are on the scene. We do have the first responders there as well. So not sure exactly what else is happening with this. We are investigating that, but certainly if you are trying to travel westbound on 64 on the peninsula, that is shut down at this moment due to that vehicle fire. So just maybe another reason to stay home, because yes, we do have snow falling across much of the area. I feel like there's kind of a hole over Hampton Roads of dry air right now, because if you pull up the radar, you'll see it is snowing, but that is evaporating. That's not the case, though, for our interior counties in North Carolina. And I want to point out what's happening here with the roadways. Where you see the orange and the red, that's where the roads are snow covered. So slow moving traffic right now. And I want to draw your attention all the way back to western Northampton County, North Carolina, near I-95, and show you what that looks like. How about a winter wonderland? Yes, parts of our area are picking up a lot of snow. Ground is covered there across parts of Northampton County. Moving farther to the north, this is the issue I just showed you on 64 near Williamsburg. Some light snow flurries falling there right now. They had some heavier bands of snow earlier, but this is what it looks like. The roads right now look okay, but see the snow on the grassy areas. That did accumulate just a little bit. And then going down toward the Suffolk and Franklin area, certainly where you see those darker blues, that indicates the heavier snow that is falling. So they have seen some snow snow falling too, and I want to show you what it looks like downtown Suffolk. Getting dark, a little hard to see, but there is some snow on the roadways. This is Main Street and Godwin Boulevard in downtown Suffolk. So they also have some snow on the ground right now. The visibility tells the story. Where you have the low visibility, that's where it is snowing because that wind is whipping. It's blowing the snow around. Visibility down to 1 mile in Ahoskie, 1.25 miles in Franklin, 1 mile in Newport News. But look at this. Over Hampton Roads, again, as I mentioned, it's almost like that snow hole because the visibility, 9 miles in Norfolk, 10 Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. I know you guys are going, where is the snow? And it's snowing aloft. We've got to get rid of this dry air right here, and eventually, hopefully, we will see some. And our weather team has been working super hard at this. Meteorologist Tim Pandages, our chief, is here, and he'll explain that coming up in just a little bit. All right, back to you guys.
Yeah, Cheryl, you've been working hard, too. Also a talented meteorologist keeping an eye on this in addition to the road. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
All right, the North Carolina Department of Transportation is ready to respond to this winter storm.
So joining us to talk more about what NCDOT crews are expecting, we bring back in Tim Hassan. Tim, you've been speaking with us all day about the conditions, and before you were seeing the snow where you're at right now, do you mind telling us what your crews on the ground are maybe experiencing at this time this evening?
Well, right now, the biggest problem is the wind. The visibility has gotten very, very low out here, as your reporters just said. And in fact, we, a few minutes ago, had to close NC-12 between the Mark Bass Knight Bridge and Rodanthe because of the blowing sand, the blowing snow, the darkness. The visibility got down to almost nothing. So it is just in the safety for motorists and for our road crews that are out there. We have closed NC-12 between Oregon Inlet and Rodanthe at this point.
And you also spoke with us earlier about closing near Ocracoke as well on NC-12. Do you have any other concern spots that you guys are watching as well?
Well, to be honest, the entire Outer Banks, once we get to those winds that are 40, 45, 50 miles an hour and the snow keeps blowing, it is going to be very hard to see the road tonight. So that's why we're encouraging everyone to stay home, not just the people on Highway 12, but the people in the northern Outer Banks, because it is going to be very hard to see. Our plowing operations have begun in Dare County, so it helps when there's no other traffic on the road for our plow operators to get stuff done. So we're hoping everyone will take heed and stay home tonight.
Yeah, Tim, that was going to be my next question, which is what do drivers need to know right now to help your crews do their work? Or what really helps is if everyone clears the road, or if they do have to be out there, the message is always to give those plows some space.
Yeah, if they absolutely positively have to be out there, and I hope it's an emergency because they shouldn't be out there at all otherwise, but they should slow down, leave plenty of space between them and the vehicle in front of them, and treat any stoplights that may be out, whether it's by power outage or by snow covering the lenses, to treat them as four-way stops and give the plows plenty of room to work, let them get their job done, and they'll clear the roads as quickly as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned those windy conditions, and that's important to talk about because, as you mentioned, when there's high winds and there's accumulating snow, that's when you get blizzard-like conditions. And, you know, when I use that word blizzard, I don't want to panic anyone. I want to stress that. But that just means visibility is very, very limited. And you see that a lot, especially along NC-12, correct?
Absolutely, and there's no lighting on NC-12 too, which makes it even worse. But even in the areas that are up here on the northern Outer Banks, you know, blizzard implies feet and feet of snow. We don't have that, but that snow will be blowing. So we will have whiteout conditions tonight at times. So the best idea, again, just stay off the roads tonight. Enjoy the weather from inside. Watch it through your window.
Always some good advice there.
Right, and we've been talking about, too, the preparations in the brine that we've used. I just want to say, I know that you are in Division 1, but 5,500 tons of salt used across the entire state of North Carolina is such a big snapshot. So for you guys in your area, how much of that salt do you guys have in preparation beforehand that you go and lay out on the roads? I mean, obviously, some of it was still sticking around from last time's storm, so that may have changed a little bit of some of your projections, but how much of those materials do you guys use?
Oh, well, we do use a lot, especially, we have a lot of bridges out here. And in fact, we have already started salting the bridges, like the Virginia Dare Bridge, for example. We salted that just recently. So we do use that, especially those bridges get colder than the ground. And so we need to salt those a lot. So we use a lot.
Yeah, and those bridges and overpasses, that's a separate challenge, really, than regular roads. What do drivers need to know about black ice and just how cold and icy those bridges can get?
Oh, well, that is certainly going to be a problem even moving into next week, because even when the snow that we have melts, it will refreeze. You've seen the temperatures that are coming the next few days at night. So people need to be very, very careful. Even once the roads are plowed and once the roads are clear, they need to really be careful when those temperatures drop below freezing, especially on bridges and overpasses, because that is the place where black ice is the most common.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, I feel like we're longtime friends now. We've been talking with you all day and last week as well. We want to appreciate the time that you've given us over these last couple days to really tell us how you guys are preparing. Thanks so much here for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we know viewers across Hampton Roads in North Carolina have been dealing with the bitter cold, the high winds. Our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed. Derek Lytle has been on the Outer Banks. Derek, what are you seeing? Where are you? Oh, I believe his shot is frozen. But we could see that it was very windy.
Right.
That's probably what knocked out the TVU. Last time we spoke to Derek, we had those winds that were going almost sideways, horizontal, and he was on the beach on the Outer Banks. And to really see the waves kick up because of that wind, it can be very dangerous out there and very cold. So as we heard from NCDOT, if you don't have to be outside, you need to stay indoors.
Yeah, and we also mentioned as well that so much of this impacts NC-12 that is right there in northeastern North Carolina. And looks like we're going to move on here now to Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandages. And Tim, we're seeing that snow in North Carolina. We're not seeing it in Hampton Roads, and it's for a very, very good reason.
Well, I'm starting to see more and more reports show up in Southside of people starting to see the snow. It's finally breaking through the dry air that's been embedded across those areas for hours now. You take radar at face value, and you'd say, whoa, pretty good batch of snow moving on through the area, but that is misleading. There's a lot of dry air in Southside right now, and that's been eating up a lot of the snow that has been falling from the clouds for hours now. We've got a much heavier band building on through northeastern North Carolina, and you can see where that is headed, moving towards the north. So if you're out and around Southside, you're saying, where's all the snow? We blew the forecast, blah, blah, blah. It's not the case. We still have several more hours of ongoing snow with no real easterly component of this. So we'll see that coming on through the next couple of hours here. But we want to get a look at that snow now. We want to send it out to Derek Lytle, who we got a shot back up. And Derek, how's it looking out there? Where are you currently located?
Down the road closed signs. We made our way back from Rodanthe. We're on the other side now, and I want to stress to everybody out there, these are those blizzard conditions. You can call it that because I'm standing in it right now. It's pretty alarming to see. If you don't have to be on that stretch of road headed towards Rodanthe, do not try to cross there. We were only going about 20, 30, and the car feels to be slipping and sliding on the road. It's just very scary out there. If you don't have to be out there, don't be. I'll show you this. You even pick up some of the snow right here. It just blows on by. Like the traffic lights here have been bouncing since we showed you that at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. It's just blizzard-like conditions out here, Tim. Something that is not the hurricane conditions I saw last time I was out here.
Yeah, and Derek, that's exactly right. You mentioned the blizzard-like conditions. So blizzard has nothing to do with the amount of snow. It's the reduction in visibility and, as you're experiencing, the heavy wind gusts or the strong wind gusts that are sustained or gusting to 35 for a period of time, reducing those visibilities. And as you can see from your shot, I'd say you're probably at or below a quarter-mile visibility, which is the criteria for blizzard-like conditions. Again, way down south along the Outer Banks. Everywhere else, again, you visit the radar imagery here, and it looks like it's a pretty good snowstorm everywhere. That hasn't been the case for several hours. It's been snowing in interior sections where we've been able to kind of erode the dry air that's been hanging out over most of Southside. Still starting to see it break on out in places in Chesapeake and Virginia Beach at this hour. And if you're still holding out, it is coming. Look what's drifting off from the south, lifting towards the north. A very heavy band of snow lifting on through Edenton and Elizabeth City. Saw several areas down there dealing with some dry air for the last couple of hours. You can see pretty much when we highlight these areas with the lighter returns over an hour ago or so. These are the areas dealing with that that dry air. And what it's leading to is virgo, which is the snowflake is falling from the cloud, but it's encountering the dry air, and it's going from a frozen solid, a snowflake, skipping the liquid phase and going directly over to a gas. So it's sublimating into the dry air in the south side, and it's still kind of fooling the radar screen, thinking that it's actually snowing and hitting the ground. Not the case. Starting to see the returns there get a little bit more impressive. It's starting to overcome the drier air. I just got a text from our reporter Brianna Fallon, who's in central and southern Chesapeake, said it's starting to snow there. I got a report from my brother-in-law in Greenbrier saying it's starting to flurry there as well. So looking for some reports out in Virginia Beach, seeing if anything's reaching the ground there right now. Certainly snowing out in Suffolk. Most of the city is dealing with some snow, and even out towards Franklin. I mean, look at this band of snow sitting right over there. I've seen some reports of some pretty substantial accumulations already in these areas. And then you head to the north, still seeing some lighter snow. It was snowing in Williamsburg for several hours in New York County. And down 64, we saw snow-covered roadways there on the interstate. Gloucester and Matthews, some very light snow. Along the eastern shore, some of this likely not reaching the ground, maybe a few flurries there for you. And then we get back down to North Carolina. Look at these deep shades of blue here indicating higher snowfall rates. Elizabeth City, I was looking at the NC DOT cameras there. And the north side of the city looking clear on the roads. And then the southern side of the city, some cameras there, had snow falling and snow-covered roads. So it's really a drastic change in conditions over a short distance. Out towards Knott's Island, snow-covered roadways there. Poplar Branch certainly through most of the afternoon dealing with some moderate snow. And then a little bit of a break towards Nags Head. But as you get down to Rodanthe, likely just a radar hole here because you saw where Derek was. And it was certainly snowing there, even though radar is not picking up on very much at this point in time. Our nor'easter is still brewing off the coast of North Carolina. You can see it sitting and spinning here. And we've got all of the heavy snow lifting on inland to eastern North Carolina, moving into southern Virginia. We'll have more in just a couple minutes. Ladies?
All right. Thanks so much, Tim. And we are signing off here on 13 News Now Plus, but do not go anywhere because we're switching over to 13 News Now. So find us on air. Thanks so much for watching.